Why do we have no audio? Stream. Audio. Aha. We should have sound now. Yep. Yep. It's been a long time since I streamed. I'm usually just recording videos. So you have to select the audio track that you want to use when you're streaming. All right. We made it literally 0 seconds before we ran into the first hiccup. It can only go up from here. It can only go up from here. Welcome, everybody. Man, it's good to see everyone. It's been a long time since I've done a stream. And I thought we would do something pretty sick today. Yeah, the joys of streaming for real. Lee, good to see you. Robin, good to see you. Music, Monkey, Sergio, Vasilis, there we go. One Man Stands. Maurice, good to see you again. Brown Note Metalcore, we're not doing any Metalcore. Robin. If you want to see Robin Core, if you want to see Robin Core mix metalcore, Robin is an awesome mixer and sound producer in his own right that does a lot more of the modern metal core stuff. Really good dude. Plus, he's got a really cool website with samples and stuff on it. Robin Core. Michael, good to see you. Blood Coil, awesome dude. I just got the laptop off here to the side so I can actually read the comments and check my video feed. Everything seems to be rolling pretty well here. So, what we're going to do is fuck off with that phone sound. More cowbell. So what we're going to do is we're going to mix a song off of the Cambridge audio website called Bannockburn. This is, I'm sure you guys have heard of this before. Most of you probably tried to mix it yourself. It's been on the website for like 10 years. So there's nothing new there. Let me switch scenes. Look at this. I'm even getting professional with the scene switching. Valeria, awesome. We got the moderator in chat. She just dropped a new song, by the way. Go check that out. Be a lot of fun. For the show. So what we're going to do is, Ricardo, what's up, man? What we're going to do is we're going to put some, not limitations here, but I really want to actually show you guys what happens when you're working only with real natural drums. No samples. This song does come with samples. It's got a snare sample and tom samples, but I'm not going to use them. I've actually already stripped everything out. I did all this organization, obviously, before the live stream. I'm a bit on the fence if I'm going to use the baked guitar tone. There's a couple of issues that I really don't like with it. I might just use some of my preset packs, to be honest with you, because it'll probably work faster and better. But the main order of business here is to get the drums in some acceptable state. Now, this is black metal, so we're not going to be doing any crazy metalcore stuff like Robin likes to do. So the reason why I called the stream is like the ultimate beginner live stream. Wow, we're Englishing really good today, guys. Englishing, awesome. Because I want to take you through the process of beginning to end. So I don't want to keep this like 7 hours long. We're going to maximum 2 hours, something like that. I want it to be useful. But the first thing that you always want to do when you're looking at a mix, I bring it on as a client. I ask them a bunch of questions. What's the goal? What are you trying to do? What do you want to sound like? What's the vision, right? Because there's a bit of an issue here where there's so many people doing really good content on YouTube now, where sometimes folks are just grabbing random, oh, I'll take this EQ trick and I'll use that EQ trick, and then you kind of, there's no forethought into how are you going to use this together in a standard way to get to a destination. So even from the very beginning, when you start a mix like this, you have to think, where are we trying to go? Because every single decision gets you to that destination. So if you're just trying to pick random things off that you see on YouTube and you're trying to, it's very rare that that's going to work out. Now, trying random things on YouTube for fun on a Friday or Saturday night, very good idea to see if the technique makes sense to you. Dear Silvano, yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll finish this in about 2 hours. The song itself is pretty simple. Most of the work is probably going to be on the drums. Brain isn't braining, that's correct. Super no brain. Nothing I do is better or faster. Maybe one thing is faster. That's no judgments, all right? No judgments there. What we're going to do now, let's just start. Basically, I'll show you guys. Let's just start from the master first here. Basically, from the first decision now is, okay, this track is an atmospheric style black metal track. Yep, cool. And so we're going to start working towards that destination from the very beginning, right? For the mastering chain, I've opted, we're going to keep this extremely simple. I would really like that you guys would be able to implement what we talk about here in your own DAW. It's not about having all the different plugins in the world. I just want to use something very simple. So I'm just doing a stock bog standard EQ here for low end and high end. I'm using Newfangled Elevate. You can use Isotope Limiter, perfectly fine. I'm literally just using this as a limiter. I like using this sometimes. There's a clipper built in right here instead of loading another plugin. But we just have a limiter here. And then I have L2 here, which is just for me to keep an eye on the LUFSs. Also, I have oversampling, 24 bits dither, and then the minus 0.2 output. Jordan, it's been a while, dude. How you been doing, man? It's good to see you. Satanic black metal. I think this band is like a folk metal band. It's a Scottish name, so I'm not even gonna try. Probably Lee could probably do a better job pronouncing. No, Lee. You guys speak a different language. Americans speak English, okay? But then obviously we have the Restream here, and if I press play, it's probably going to be absolute dog shit and loud, but let's just make sure that the DAW audio works. Because if not, damn it. Let's make sure we got sounds. So, one in the chat if there's sound. Excellent. Yeah, one man stands. Then you would know how to say this name. Excellent. So one in the chat. Speak with facts. Stacy Greco, that's my wife, everybody. You can say hi to Stacy. Be nice or she will beat the shit out of you. So be careful. All right. Yeah, the first thing that you want to do here is we're going to start towards the drums, and we need to basically listen to what we have. All right. Because we're not going to be using any samples. A lot of people just reach for the samples right away and be like, oh, fuck that. We're just going to replace this. We're going to replace that. We want to listen to what we have here. And basically we want to take stock of, okay, how are the overall sounds? What are some potential problems that we're going to have here? And how do things, what can we expect? We want to manage expectations here. All right. So obviously we're listening to the drums and they are redonk roomy. It's silly how roomy they are. But then you listen to how many room tracks we have. We've got room and a room mono. And just to tell you guys, this room mono track was obscenely loud. I've actually brought it down -6. It's so loud. So looking at this, let's say I might want to hear what the drums sound like without all this ridiculous room stuff. So let's have a listen. So listening to that, you have a really good overview of what kind of drum sound you're going to have. And just listening to this, it's probably my guess that the drum room was not very big, because when you listen to this, even with the overheads, you're getting a lot of early reflection back into the microphones, and that's just because here's the drums, the wall's right there, the reflections hit the wall, and they go right back into the microphone. And probably if we were open up an EQ here, and look at what we got. Right here, you can actually see, you can see it in the waveform, how small the room was. It's almost like you have 2 snare drums in the room. So we're working with a pretty small drum room. Pretty cool for definition of the drums. So we're gonna have like pretty decent pop with the drums. Won't have a lot of atmosphere. We can add atmosphere with the reverb that we're gonna use. So it's not really the end of the world. Just a second. What's up? Of course, I'm doing the live stream and my daughter wants to come in right now. Not right now, Mia. Doors closed automatically means that your daughter wants to come in. Doors open, she'll leave you alone the whole day. All right. So the overheads. We're going to be able to get a lot of tonality out of the overheads. Not sure how useful the room sounds are actually going to be. To be completely honest with you, they might be completely useless. We might get a better result from using a room sound from a reverb plugin. These room sounds are pretty ridiculous. The toms actually sound pretty good and in tune. Not bad. Seems to be a bad edit right here. You can hear like a little bit of a flam. Whatever it is. What, Mia? But you can hear once you clean up the toms, doing your classic mid cuts, the toms are going to sound pretty damn good, actually. So I'm impressed with how the toms sound, to be honest. Let's listen to the snare. So we'll just listen to the top. By the way, guys, if this is ever too quiet, just let me know and I can I can turn up the volume. Okay, that's not too particularly bad. But we're going to suffer from the classic problem here where you can just look at this waveform, right? Here, the drummer's coming in hard and heavy on the waveform. Then we have blast beat, and then it's just like disappears into the night. If you listen to the original mix, I mean, it is what it is. You know, the mix, the way it was. Also, I'm not judging the mix. I think that mix is quite literally 10 years ago, so it's fine. But we have this issue where we have the really hard single strokes, then the snare blast beat is just like, you know, fart in the wind. You don't think so because when you listen to the drums by themselves, everything obviously sounds, you know, that you can hear everything. But I have to be completely honest. The actual sounds of the natural shells themselves are actually quite good. These are very EQable, and I think once we run this through some reverb and stuff, we're actually going to have a very good result. Yep, Stacy. Of course she didn't believe you. I am working. She did check. One Eye, good to see you, man. When I play a blast beat, Yeah, it's myopic. It really depends on the... Probably with this tempo, you should be able to do it. It's only 155, pretty mid tempo. Any faster though, you're really... it'll be difficult. All right, think about these rooms again. So room mono is pretty much going to be useless. The reason why I'm coming to that conclusion is there's too much boomy low end in it, and there's no way to take the kick out of the rooms. That's the other issue of having a smaller room, is you can have a room microphone that's all well and good, but if it's only 4 feet away from your drum set and it's set right against the wall, even if you turn the microphone around, moved it closer to the drum kick, and then it hit the reflection off the wall into the microphone, it's just the room's too small, and you're gonna have drum bleed in all the microphones. I think this is gonna be an issue overall with the drums. But let's get stuck into this. I'm gonna mute this room mono. I'm actually just see it. Don't need to see it here. Don't need to see it here. Awesome. Feel free to ask questions, guys. Valeria's in the chat here as a mod. Valeria, actually, you can just, every once in a while, if you want to drop a link to ChernobylAudio.com, that'd be cool. The stream is not sponsored. There's not going to be any ads or anything in the stream. But my website, ChernobylAudio.com, there's a bunch of cool shit on there. Multi-tracks for mixing practice, guitar presets for Neural DSP, there's the mixing workshop, and there's the guitar tone workshop. So all that stuff is there. If you're curious and you're looking to upgrade stuff, just head on over to ChernobylAudio.com. That's the only place I have things now, because all my courses are retired on Specker Academy. So ChernobylAudio.com. Let's start from the overheads. This has pretty much been what I have been doing. So just to be upfront with you guys, before Kristen Cola had his own YouTube channel, and before he was on Nail the Mix, him and I would speak privately sometimes, and he would help mentor me, and he would give me advice. This was years ago. Let's see, when was he on Nail the Mix? 2019? So it was a long time ago. And I have to be honest with you, some of the things that he has shown me, he has obviously shown in the Cult and Audio Cult, and I just have adapted a lot of that into my own workflow. So I would say, like, if you're expecting to see some crazy new shit or some stuff in the stream, it's not going to happen. I'm just going to show you really good basic mixing techniques that you can do. So we're going to start from the overheads, because it makes the most amount of sense to me. And the point of the overheads is we want to get the overall kit picture. The main thing is try to get the snare as center as possible and deal with any honky, boxy frequencies and the cymbals. Jacob, I think you'll be fine, man. I think you'll be fine. You know, like, the secret to a beard is just don't shave it for 2 years. Actually, that's actually the secret. You have to not shave it. You have to let it fully grow out. And then, like, how it's all straight and stuff now, that's through years of styling. You know, brushing it with, like, the hair dryer pointing down. And, like, the hair follicles, after some time, just get used to sitting in this position. Because I have a massive cowlick on this side. When my beard was growing out, this side of my beard just would curl back into the other side of my beard. But now that it's all grown out, it's kind of fixed itself. All right. So like I was saying with the overheads, try to get the snare centered for a good overall kit picture so we're not lopsided. There's 2 ways you can figure out where the snare is at. Obviously, you play it and listen to it, but you can also play it and look at the waveform. And you can see right here in the waveform that we have a significant leaning to the right side. So you can just look at the waveform and it shows you. So what we'll do in Cubase actually is there's this stock plugin called Imager, which we can knock down to 1 band here. And then basically we have the width and the pan knob. So, I mean, we could do the pan all the way to the left, all the way to the right. There we go. Kind of get it down the center a little bit. Don't waste too much time trying to get perfect. But when it was clearly over here to the right side, bring it over, kick it into the center a little bit. Now this is one thing I have directly lifted from Cola. I never used to do this. I thought it was stupid. But when he explained it to me, Cola, it makes the perfect amount of sense. And that is, hey, Deaf World Studios, good to see you. Good to see you, big guy. You use, yeah, I do use, yes, I use my wife's hair dryer. Maybe one question. I actually don't know how to say your name. Abes? That sounds similar to me. Yugertone, I have no idea because I have a relationship with Ron. Ron is a very good dude, and Ron's with Loudstack now. I really don't know anybody at Yugertone anymore, so I have no idea. Shoot them a message and see if they'll want to work with me. I just saw this Creative Devices. Creative Devices is the Creative Devices laptop company that I did a video for. Hagen is the guy's name, and Hagen, I will tell you right now that audience perspective drums are for deaf people. Drummer perspective only. That being said, this song is in audience perspective because that's how the overhead sounds. So there's that. No, but Creative Devices, really good dude, very good laptops. I'm actually reading the comments off of my Creative Devices laptop right now, and I really hope this year that I can get in my new dedicated laptop over here and get rid of this big old tower that's under the desk. Right. But what I was saying is the width. I never thought this made any sense. I was like, what's the point? You want the mix to be wide, right? Blah, blah, blah. The way that Cola explained it was, well, if you bring the overheads in a little bit, you actually leave room for the guitars. And it was like a light bulb in my head. I was like, holy shit, that makes way too much sense to ignore. So pretty much what I do now is pretty much width is pretty much down to 20%. It's almost an arbitrary move that I do all the time now. So you're still wide, but you bring him in just a little bit, and it actually feels more natural. If I'm listening to this as a drummer, the crash literally feels right here now instead of over here on the side, right? And it just makes total sense to me. What we got here? I'm downloading the new Yugertone drums. Cool. We got you here. It's Latin. Ah, fair enough. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, myopic. These are just the overheads. All right. If because the logic is if everything is wide, then nothing is wide. If everything is loud, nothing is loud. Music is all about dynamics. I talk about this a lot in my Mixing Metal workshop. There's a big PDF talking about dynamics and what are dynamics. And the dynamics is a lot more than just chorus to verse to chorus to verse. It has a lot to do with how you place things in a mix and how you get people to react to an experience when you're listening to something. So this is how you start creating space for a mix, right? So I have all the guitars wide. Hey, it's like basic stuff. Like two things cannot be in the same spot at the same time. It's very similar. I can't put my right fist where my left fist is. I can put it on top of my left fist. I can put it to the side. I can put it under. I can put it behind. I can put it in front. But I cannot in any way put it in the exact same spot. So when you start to understand that mixing is very much the same, it's the same laws, it's physics, you can't change it. These subtle things like, hey, just bring the overheads in a little bit so there's space on the sides, make a lot more sense. All right. Myopic, in particular, getting the dynamics of the kit right. I don't like, do you mean like volume? Or, what do you mean exactly? Oh, cool. Well, man, so you got the DI box. You should be good to go, yeah? Okay. If you can get a pad, yeah, the pad is what you're looking for, because it'll knock your signal down, right? So we brought the snare back in the center a little bit, narrowed up the overheads a smidge. Now, basic EQ, again, nothing at all crazy is going to happen here. This is going to be a bit of a problem because this early reflection is so loud. I think it's actually maybe masking the actual snare. Indeed it is. What I've done here, we're cutting that out, this early reflection, and then I'm boosting the fundamental a little bit. But you can just see this in the waveform. It's just repeating all the way up. All right, this is the importance of a good room, you know, because now that frequency is going to be in all the other drum microphones, and it might rear its ugly head again. So these are, you know, things to keep in mind when if you're going to do real drums. That said, the actual sound of the snare is quite good. It's really nice. Now we have a cymbal issue here. Cymbals are pretty... how can I explain this? They're not necessarily bright, but they're honky and harsh, which might also, again, be because of the small room. How do we want to do this? Maybe we'll use Soothe for this? I don't know, maybe, let's see. Well, there's probably some frequencies we can cut out here. It continues to stack all the way up the frequency. You know what I mean? These are all octaves. So the problem is just going to be here, and then an octave higher, then an octave higher than that. Man, yeah, shrill. That's a really good word. Let's see. Finally seeing you live, man. Thank you very much, Lorik. Yeah, dude, it's been a long-ass time. Tell Stacy, tell Mia that I love her too. Yes. Very happy. I'm very happy that we're having a good time. My daughter is hilarious, so she's losing her teeth quickly, and her big tooth is a little bit loose. You think most kids would be like, oh no, I don't want to touch it because it'll hurt. You know, I don't want to touch it because it's uncomfortable. My kid down there is just trying to yank that fucker out of her mouth right now. If she wants the tooth fairy to come, to come by. But she's literally fucking down there right now trying, yanking on it. It's hilarious. Alright, so we got some of the most terrible resonances out of the way, so let's do our good old Soothe. Got the tooth fairy, or just the fairy? Tooth fairy, Lee! Yeah, just the tooth fairy, calm down. Yeah, the pliers thing, she's gonna have the job done with her own hands here pretty quick. Alright, so drums. Overheads, and don't overcomplicate it, guys. Presets are there for a reason, so find one that generally will work, and usually Simple Smooth by Nolly is a pretty good place to start. One thing I also want to recommend to you guys, try to move forward through the mix. Okay, part of mixing is you work on this and you move to the next and you move to the next, and then you pretty much got to go back, tweak, 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 move further, go back to the tweak, 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 tweak. That's why like mixing courses are hard to do. I always found them very hard to do. I spent a long time trying to plan them in a logical manner. But when it comes to like mixing in the real world, it often will happen sometimes where I go to overheads, I'll go to the snare, and then I'll hear something somewhere, and then I'm back in the overheads, and I go to the room, and then it's just this circle that you get in. But once you get into the flow state and you kind of build up a pattern and a workflow that you do consistently, it's fast, all right? Don't go to overheads and then to the guitars, and then you'll notice that I have all my tracks muted, so I don't even hear them, so they're not even something that I think about. All right. So let's go to the room, see what this does with the overheads. Pretty much dominates the overhead sound. We're gonna need to do a lot of work here. So another thing about recording metal, if you are actually going to record metal, get a mesh head for the kick drum, because it's pointless otherwise. Because otherwise you run into this shit. Now we got to find a way to dig out the kick drum from the room in a small room. So that means the resonance and the fundamental of the kick is going to go all the way up into the mids and upper mids. That's a bad edit. Whoops. So it's not that there's low end in the room sound here. It's just that the kick is loud as shit. So it's, if we add distortion here, sending my stuff to IG. That's awesome, Deaf World. I'm glad, dude. That's the whole point. Get stuff done. Get the songs done. Get them out there so people can hear them. I didn't miss any. What is this? Any recommendations for virtual drum kit for the raw and powerful sound like? Probably hurts drums. I mean, you could use the Metal Unlimited pack, which is pretty raw, but it still has the punch. You know what I mean? And it's a bit more stable to use than Ugertone things. I gotta be honest. If the routing thing would get fixed with Drums Against Humanity, I think I would feel comfortable recommending Drum Against Humanity. Anyway, so here are the rooms. Now, the point of the rooms are trying to get some shell body into the drum sound, particularly the toms and the snare. Not the kick, but what we're working on. And again, I make this as simple as possible. A lot of people do a lot of things with the rooms. I just do a fucking high cut and a very broad slope, 6 dB per octave. So all that information is getting cut. We can still hear the snare, all that stuff. So let's see what this did. It is adding a little bit of size to the drum sound. A tiny, tiny little bit. Not a lot. It's pretty sad, to be honest. Let's distort it. That edit is annoying me. It's so weird because the room is not acting what I would normally expect with the room sound. It's almost like a second overhead pair of microphones, so it's almost like a copy paste type of thing. We'll just keep these pretty low in the mix. I don't think we're going to use these. I feel pretty confident we're going to go with a plugin for reverb. All right, let's scoot on ahead to the snare. Kind of mid honky. Let's start. One cycle. Cool. All right. Snare bottom. We'll just turn that down right away. Nobody cares about that. Okay. Now, most of you guys are pretty on the up and up about overheads and rooms because all of that stuff is in drum software, library stuff. Here's where things are going to get a little bit more fun, a bit more tricky. Real shells. So there's a couple things that we need to do with real shells that you're typically not going to do with drum sample library, which is why I opted to work on this song and why I opted not to use the included samples that they put in here. So we need to try and clean up all the extra noise out of the drum. This is going to be a bit of a pain in the dick because of the small room and then the early reflections we're going to have to deal with. Actually, turn this off. An actual snare hit? Yeah, it is. Okay, so this part is simple. Great, fantastic. That part doesn't matter. We need to go to the blast beats and we need to make sure that these are all getting caught as well. And I want to go to the end of the song because you can kind of look as he is recording, he definitely starts stronger in the beginning. And kind of as the song goes on, he really kind of fluctuates a little bit. I want to go to the end of the song and make sure I'm getting all the ending blast beats. Alright, which I am. Next thing I'm going to do is pretty much, if you have any hope, any desire to work on raw, natural drums without using drum samples, you have to get this plugin. There you can maybe get M drum leveler. You can get Melda M drum leveler, or you get Sound Radix drum leveler. That's it. No amount of compression is gonna fix this for you. And if you guys were in my mixing extreme metal course like 5 years ago that I did that shit, I showed you guys the coda technique where you go in here by hand and you increase the gain of every fucking drum hit manually. Just going along and you're increasing it manually. That sucks. Thankfully, you don't have to do that anymore because we have Drum Leveler. So let's explain how Drum Leveler works. So all the orange hits are being increasing volume to meet the target level here that you can see here. The way that I set this up, or the way that makes most sense to me, is I go to the part of the song where the snare is being hit the hardest, and then I'll set the target level to around that level. The logic for me is I don't want the actual hard hits to be adjusted as much. The whole point of this is not for the, I mean, this makes it more even, right? And we still hear the dynamics of the snare being hit in different spots. The power of this plugin comes in with the blast beats. Because if you listen to the original mix of this song, you can't hear the blast beats at all. They're gone. They're, even with the drum sample, it's just like kick, guitar, no snare. And then when the snare comes in for the choruses and stuff, then you can hear it. What this is going to do is it's going to increase the level, literally the volume, of the blast beats to this target level. Hold on. Now, this plugin is great. There's just one drawback from it. Because we are bringing the volume of every single hit up, if the drummer plays too softly, you're going to get what you're hearing right here. We're bringing the body of the snare up a lot more, and you're hearing a lot more of the wah, 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 the duck, I think that's what Cola calls it. The mid-range, just overtone, shitty aspect of a snare. Okay? That you're not getting when... I mean, the crack. But then when the blast beat is in here... Ting, 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 tong, ting, tong, ting, tong, ting, tong. It's shit. It sucks. But there's no other way to do it than this plugin. And that's it. And that's going to make sure that the snare is audible. We can automate the volume from here on out if we want, but at least now we're going to be able to hear it. Radix is a must, absolutely. Yeah. Vasilius, don't be lazy. Yeah, no, man. Fuck that shit. Once you mix 2 songs from Kevin Parody, you're tired of manually doing that shit. I'm done. Alright. So we have the silencer here, which is, in my opinion, probably the best gating plugin on the market. I'm a big fan, super big fan. Into drum leveler. I guess you could do drum leveler first in the silencer. I don't know. I think I would prefer silencer first, because drum leveler is going to bring up all the auxiliary stuff in the signal. So like the snare, hi-hats, or the rides. In my mind, it's better to gate than increase volume, right? Okay, so let's go to here. It's going to be as basic as you think it's going to be. Like, you see me typing things in here. Guys, this is what I do every day. This is my job. I mix music all the time. I do nothing. I have no hobbies. I don't do shit. I don't play games anymore. If I'm not mixing, I'm practicing mixing. If I'm not playing guitar, I'm creating guitar tone presets. Okay? This is all I do. All right? So you do this long enough and you can just arbitrarily make moves. That's what happens. So I'm getting rid of all the lowing in the snare. Now we have this, you'll notice here we have the same problem in the snare microphone that we had in the overheads microphone. So that problem is going to follow us all along the drums. And we'll just have to take care of it every time we see it. Englishing. That's just like straight cardboard right there. Which is kind of a shame, because the snare does sound pretty good. What's the difference between using drum leveler and just normalizing the last bass section? Because the normalizing is going to try and put everything at the same level. The drum leveler is like automatic, expansive... English! If any of you guys can teach me how to speak English, that'd be awesome. The drum leveler is kind of an automated upward expansion type plugin where you can set the compression to a certain percentage and you have a lot more control of the dynamics and how much you want something to be louder or softer. Plus it follows every single hit. When you do normalization, you're just telling the algorithm, hey, I want every hit to be minus 4 dB. Fuck what the dynamics are, fuck how it's played, fuck what it sounds like. You're just going to go yoink, okay? And that's why back in the day, you would do that by hand. You would go like, okay, this needs to be louder, this needs to be... And they used to do vocal automation like that. You would go syllable by syllable, changing the clip gain so that it would go into the compressor more evenly. You can do that. This is just way faster. By the way, the compression percentage here changes how much closer it gets to the target level. I think I had it 60. So if it doesn't need to be changed, as you see in blue, it's not going to be changed. So it's just a nice, more natural way to deal with drum leveler. M Drum Leveler by Melda is obviously less expensive, okay? The Sound Radix one's the more expensive version. But I mean, like, if you're not mixing real drums all the time, probably get the M Drum Leveler one. Okay, it's a really cool sound here. Now we are going to employ the ever classic Nolly snare expander trick, okay? Yeah, like I told you in the beginning of the stream, we're not going to see any... I'm not inventing anything, guys. I'm just showing you a workflow, how all these little things that you've probably seen on YouTube can work together to create a result, okay? We might be able to squeeze out a bit more attack out of this. You know, there's a really good plugin I've been fucking with. This one. Good lord. That's kick. Let's do... We'll see. We'll see what we got to do there. We'll see. We might have to come back to this later. But for now, we have a pretty decent snare top sound. Snare bottom is laughable. What we're going to do. We'll blast beat again. It sounds pitiful. Sounds pitiful. Yeah, Cake, and don't worry, buddy. Just let the British know that we have improved the English language. So, easier to understand, easier to speak. Don't use me as an example. I haven't been in America for 15 years. Okay. Myopic, yeah, you would definitely want to check phase for the bottom and top snare. I actually did not do that, and thankfully they're in phase, so I don't look like a complete fucking idiot. So, thumbs up on that. Alright, so snare bottom. Continue here. You guys, you see that it follows us everywhere we go now. That room resonance is in everything, right? Now we have the snare, top and bottom here. Let's... Cool, sounds good. Fuck it. All right, now just for the sake of argument, I think we might need to... I'm not enjoying that room sound. Let's put a bus compressor on the drums group. So I'll just use the 4000 that I showed you guys in a video a couple weeks ago, I think already. It's really fast and easy to use. We just use the fucking... Normal settings. So 2-to-1 ratio, 200 hertz filter, so the compressor's not reacting to anything below 200 hertz. 10 millisecond attack, which is a little slow, but this is kind of mid-tempo. Maybe I'll change it back to 3 later. 80% for parallel compression, so we're bringing in some of the original signal back in, auto release. Let's see. Yeah, G string. Yeah, don't worry, myopic dude. That's why we're doing the stream for fun, showing you guys what to do. Now we're going to be mixing into the drums here. We have some extra snap and attack, so maybe this compression that I was thinking about doing, we won't do that now. Just I'm not really digging the vibe here. The room track literally sounds like it's just a copy paste of the overheads. All right, we'll deal with that later. Let's keep moving. Let's go with the kick in and the kick out. Pretty simple. Let's see which one is which. Okay, so kick in, obviously a bit more of the ball slap frequency that Bogren likes to call it. Called ball slap because for some reason that adequately describes the frequency of the sound. You can hear the plastic, beater hitting on the skin there of the kick drum. It's like a 2 to 3K area. Ball slap. Ball slap. Just fuck. It's a ball slap. Okay? All right. What we got here? Bit more of a high click with this one. So maybe we can bring down... Okay, cool. We'll do that. What is the difference between a room and an overhead? Yeah, overheads are the ones literally above you like this for the kit picture, usually for image and width, tonality of the drums. Room microphones are for size, width, and vibe. They're called room microphones because they are picking up what the drums sound like in the room. They're not necessarily directional towards the toms or the snare themselves to get tonality. They're for size and space. And when you have a small room, they're pretty much fucking useless. So we're probably gonna do a plugin. I'm working on it, guys. I haven't had to do a stream like this in a long time. All right. So with the kick in and the kick out, I think what I'm gonna opt to do here, because they're both in phase, I think I'll treat these as one track. So I'll go to the group track here. What I'll do is EQ, and well, no, I'll do drum leveler first. Silencer into drum leveler, and then EQ. So silencer, kick, obviously. Well, there's no... Great, done. Okay, EQ now. I'm getting EQ the double bass because that's where most of the low end buildup is anyway. And with mid-tempo songs like this, he's really able to lay into the kick drum. So we have a lot of boom, 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 boom coming out of it. It's not like the super high speed stuff where it's like the Ferrari of drum pedals where it's finesse and control. This sounds like he's got a pair of Iron Cobras and he's just fucking running on them. Okay, let's do drum leveler. Drum leveler. Fuck am I doing? So the why the drum leveler on the kick? Try to get both kick hits at least in the same ballpark. But because of how a double pedal works, I believe it does look like a double pedal to me, because one waveform spike is higher than the other, and it's only one track. So when you think of a double pedal, what side are you on? The center right foot is in the center of the drum head. The slave pedal is off center a little bit, so you just get a natural tucka 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 type of sound. Oh. All right, so we're just kind of keeping things more or less. Yeah, absolutely correct there, Deaf World. Yep, totally get you. All right, so there's a lot of information in this kick drum, so we need to carve the piss out of it. I'm the best kick drum sound in the world, if I'm going to be honest with you. There, that's better. There's just so much of this shitty resonance. Yeah, cheater pedal. It's called a slave pedal. Or double pedal. Yeah, maybe slave pedal is already not politically correct anymore in 2025. I don't fucking know. All right. But you might notice that we need Jordan Beal. It's funny that you asked me that. Meets and Beats. So our good friend David, I call him Dex because he likes to wear spandex. So his name is Dex. He showed me that video, and I absolutely want to check it out. I think Dex accidentally discovered something pretty incredible with that. But just look how much of this low mid stuff we had to carve out. Insane. Okay, so with EQing attack into the kick, common question is, how do you know where to EQ? Well, shells are just tuned instruments. They have a fundamental frequency. And the only way that you're going to know where you should or shouldn't EQ, like the attack or the ball slap area, the kick will tell you, okay? That's definitely more of a click sound right there. Very aggressive. A lot more ball slap. Those are generally the three areas that you can check. And basically, whichever one you like the sound of more, go there. So on its own in solo mode, I like how that sounds, but I don't know what this is gonna mean when the bass and the guitars come in. This could change. Let's get the snare and kick in. Fucking drum room just. Okay, it's not the worst thing ever. It should be fine. Maybe we can scooch a bit of impression out of it. Kind of get a little bit more punch out of this, and to make it even more controlled. Really don't want to get any of the waving, kind of off balance type of sounds. Okay, that sounds pretty decent. It makes it sound good. Oh, we're gonna have this debate in the chat. Okay, have fun. Alrighty. Good luck. Okay, we have a pretty good sounding, clean, clinical type sound going now. Let's bring in the toms, see what we can do here. One thing about the toms that I highly recommend to do, try to find a fill, and thankfully there's many of them in this song, where that plays as many of the toms as possible. Not that fill is incorrectly edited to this one. I might just copy paste that over there because that's pretty shitty sounding. Take a fill and pretty much EQ the first tom, right? Get it sounding the way that you like. Then you need to EQ and process each tom subsequently so that they sound like they fit together. So it's guaranteed you will have to do different moves for each tom because of the different diameter and tuning. But when you listen to all of them together, you'll have context. You'll be able to hear everything. Yeah, Death World. I'm relatively impressed with the sound of the actual individual shells themselves. The room is obviously the weak spot of this drum sound overall, but like the toms, they sound really good and they're in tune. Incredible. All right, let's continue. Make sure here that we're page. Great. So I will take off the other toms right now and only worry about the first tom. Let's do this. Toms. Cool. Silencer. Okay, now we can do. We have the same problem that we've been dealing with everywhere else in the drums. I need to do something else. Okay, cool. So I'll explain really quick what I did here. EQ, I EQ'd it to get it to sound how I liked it. I don't care what this looks like. I don't give a shit that I'm doing -10, blah, blah, blah. None of this shit matters. No, none of this matters. I EQ'd it to get it to where I like the sound, okay? I felt that the fundamental frequency was still a little boomy. There was this little boom, boom, boom. And this is a trick I got off from Mendel Bagalai, actually. Also a cool guy on YouTube. If you put a multi-band compressor on the fundamental frequency of a shell, you'll still have the initial explosion of the hit, but then it'll suck down on the decay of it a little bit, and it won't be as resonancy. Okay, it'll be a bit tighter sounding. So that tom sounds pretty damn good. Let's see, there are those, yeah, Thunder's toms. Do you have any tips, plugins to mix all the instruments in Darktone style? Are you being serious, or are you taking the piss? Yeah, myopic, that's just, you know, don't worry about other people. Don't worry about them. Chris Taylor, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for showing up. Black Idleweiss, good to see ya. Code Necro, what's up? Yeah, there's something to be said about getting off stage fast, by the way. Darktone style, I did a video on my channel, you know, it was a little bit of a mean video, but it wasn't. Just use good sounding things and just don't over process them. All right. A lot of the stuff right now that people are doing with all of these mixing techniques, it's all towards like the modern style where you've got shotgun snare blasts, you've got overhyped drums, you got retardedly just hyped kick triggers, all these things. You'll be shocked actually with the drum sound that we're creating here. Just because it's natural, it'll already be a lot closer to what you would want to be going for. Okay, so just make things sound nice. You know what I mean? Okay, here we go with this. That's a super sweet tom sound. Here's another pro tip. We're going to be doing the exact same thing for all the different toms. All we're going to be doing is changing the EQ move based on the tuning. So just copy over the fucking plugins. Don't waste your time, you know? All right, let's listen to this. All right, listen to together. Great, we have 2 toms done. Tom 3. Oh, silencer is having a little bit of an issue here. Now the toms, these are natural toms, so. Up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Oh, silencer, like, dude, that's it. Don't even waste your time on anything else. Ridiculous. Alright. Now, here's what we got for drums. The only thing we need to do are spots. So that already sounds a lot, probably closer to what you guys would be expecting here for black metal. You know? Pretty good sounding stuff. Maybe we'll bring the kick down a little. Cool. Excellente. All right, so hi-hat. Let's check this. Ew. Hey, bro. Ow. Alright. Spot symbols. Very simple. Arbitrary. Up to 500. Dunk it all out. Get rid of the mid-range honk. Usually 5 to 700. Don't need it. Try and not make it so fucking painful. And then mix it in. So the spot symbols are just to give space. Like you already hear it in the overheads. So what you want to do then, bring them in. They're just there to accentuate that it's on the, well, in this case, the audience perspective side. Oh, good. Excuse me. Brutal. That's a really good idea. Creative. I'm using it there. Only it comes twice, but I always thought the struggle. I always struggle with the hi-hat. You mean the hi-hat in all of the shells? Hey, Tone Pusher. Everyone give Christian a big old hello and go follow Christian. If you guys like industrial metal and wavetable synthesis and doing that kind of stuff, Tone Pusher is pretty much the best place to check all that out. He's really good at it. Also has a really cool website with a lot of awesome Serum presets that I have spent way too much money on. Also, guys, make note of the panning of what I've done. God damn it. Of what I've done with the panning here. Here's the hi-hat. The panning is only 30. I'm trying to pan. You do this based on the overheads. Trying to pan based on the overheads. Don't arbitrarily make it 100% to the right or left. That's kind of weird. Just put it where it would make sense in the stereo field of where you are hearing it. All right. Here's the ride. In the case of the ride, it makes sense to have it at 50. Don't know why. That's just how it works out. All right, so let's do same thing. This is the exact same thing. So we have the ride symbol here. The loop, quick. I'm opting to make this a dynamic EQ because not all the time he's playing the cymbal like that. That's a frequency overload that's happening there, more so than that's just a shitty sounding cymbal. Cool, now same thing. All right. Last thing we have here, we have these cymbal things. This is. Okay, it's just a whatever. Okay. They must have wanted to put this in later. We'll do the same exact thing. All right, good. Let's have a listen to the drums. So this section actually, I might actually just... Too loud. Okay. Thank you so much, Sergio. Yeah. A like would be cool. Would be pretty sweet. If you guys are liking the channel or liking this, it's not sponsored or anything. Just check out my website, troubleaudio.com. Lots of cool shit there, you know, for writing music and getting better at stuff. All right, so we have a pretty clean drum sound here. We're obviously missing space. We're missing depth, and we're missing spice. We're going to do that by inserting east-west spaces 2. I do this all the time. All of the time. All the time. Especially in black metal. So, it's basically... It's basically a convolution reverb of real spaces in the world. What we're going to do is we're going to put the drums in a real space now. All right. Let's pick... let's see, what do we want to do? We want exciting drums, so maybe pick a rock room here. Let's pick big drum room, because we have a small drum room right now. Let's do... I don't know. Let's do this one. See what happens. So what we do now, and then I'm pretty much lifting this from Cola as well. I'm going to put the overheads. I'm going to put the snare and the toms through this. All right. So we just send that. We just yeet. We yeet it right into the space. Okay. We have this cool feature in Cubase where I can listen only to the reverb, see what's happening. Sounds pretty good so far. Let's see what happens. That's what a drum room should sound like. Whoever that was asking. That's what that's supposed to do. But serious, dude, it depends on the person playing the ride, but it's like when I mic it, I don't put the microphone directly over the bell. I'll put the microphone over the center of the ride, but I'll actually angle it more towards the edge of the body of the ride, depending on the type of cymbal. Then we'll play it and see what it sounds like, and we'll get the bell. Usually sounds pretty good like that. Same thing with the hi-hats. Hi-hats in here and kind of pointing away from the snare towards the edge of the hats. And just the way people... Oh. Cool. Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate that, man. Your ride bleeds into the floor tom mic. You cut out the... Are you cutting out the toms when they're not being played? Like you see here, the toms are they're manually gated. You should manually gate the toms, for real. You can manually gate the spot cymbals. I used to do that, and actually the new multi-tracks that I posted Berserkir on my website, I kind of laughed looking at that because I went insane on the all the manual muting and stuff that I do with the drums there. I wouldn't do that anymore. I'm not manually muting the spot cymbals here. They're just part of the drum sound. Okay. But as you can see here, the manual muting the toms, that's kind of something you may want to do. All right. So here's how we got with the drums. Okay, so as expected, when the snare comes in hot and heavy, it gets a little bit too much. Okay, you guys tired of hearing about drums? Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna use a clipper here. I may need to make them a bit louder, but here's just a really good example of just what some nice black metal drums can sound like. Okay, so I'll leave it up to the chat. 1 in the chat if you want me to go to bass next. 2 in the chat if you want me to go to guitars. Oh shit. Slap with the bass. Slap with the bass. Alright, we're gonna go to bass then. That's fine. That's gonna take about 2 seconds to do the bass for this song. Slap with the bass. Alright. Slap with the bass. With this track, there was a bass DI and then a bass amp. I have no fucking idea what they used. Sounds like a Sans amp. I don't know if it went through a cabinet or not, or if it was just looped through a pedal back in. But the bass, pretty damn nice. So when you're mixing bass guitar, All right, here's a couple things to note. You can tell how fresh the strings on the bass are if there's a bit of spank and slinkiness to the bass sound itself. Please let me know if that's too loud, guys, because I kind of made the limiter a bit loud. So when we listen to this, it's got some nice slinkiness to it. It's slapping. I would say the strings are fairly new. Okay, it's been taken care of. The bass is also in tune. And most importantly, it's played very well. Listen to each note and check this out. Listen to the bass and listen to the kick drum. Come on, fucker. It's locked in. This is the power of the rhythm section. And this, because the bass is playing with the kick and they're relatively tight, that's where all the power and the punch is going to come from this song. I mentioned somebody says a little cleaner than I expected for black metal. I'm kind of unique here in that I actually do like a bit cleaner bass sounds. I know getting super grindy and stuff like that is required for some genres, and I get that, and I'm happy to do that. For bass, in black metal, because the guitars are so fucking distorted, it makes sense to me that the bass is more like a gluing agent. So to that end, I really like the Sans amp. Have you ever messed with miking the ride from the bottom? No, never tried that actually. Never tried it. I haven't mic'd a session that had a shitload of cymbals. All of my sessions were pretty light on cymbals. Just 2 crashes, splash in the center, kind of ride, kind of hi-hat. So it was pretty standard stuff. So it didn't have to do a lot of coverage, thankfully. All right. So looking at the bass now, it's already amped, all right, as it were. So all we have to do is we need to shape it, get rid of the mid-range honkiness. Might be a little bit of extra low-mid energy than we need here. That is masking the kick drum. Let's just dive into this really quick. All right. So, dude, this is... Okay. So I know I did a video a couple of years ago about the split bass mixing method. And I gotta be honest with you, I really don't do that as much anymore. I get the application for it when you're doing like really low tuned music. You really have to fucking really dial in the low end there. I think this bass is performed perfectly fine. It's clean. We basically just want to shape it to make it sound good, and then control the low end a little bit with the high end and mix it in. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to do any split bass stuff here because I don't really think it's necessary, to be honest. All right. And I'm literally doing arbitrary things again that I always do, because once you do this for a while, guys, you know, like, what you do and don't need in the bass, right? I know there's a lot of theoretical talk, like, do you want the bass on below or above the kick drum? But this song, there's a lot of double bass, and he's really pounding the kicks. So I'm just going to do a cut at 70. And I can just see here, we have a lot of energy around 200, 130. We might need to bring this down a little bit. But we start with our classic cut at 500, see what it sounds like. And that cut really cleans things up quite a bit. So this is kind of a cool thing that you can do sometimes. 1K, 2, 3K, you can accentuate different aspects of the bass. So a bit more pick attack here in this area. kind of like a mid grunt in this area. Don't know which one I might need to adjust or to turn up because we don't have any guitars yet. All right, but I like how this sounds. I might do that. By golly, that's pretty much the bass EQ right there. Hey, Daniel, good to see you, man. It's so awkward to transport. Oh, yeah. Fair enough, yeah. Короче, да, пожалуйста, я рад помогать. Надеюсь, что ты понимаешь все, что я говорю. Ну, потому что я говорю на английском, конечно, только ты на русском можешь понимать меня. Но, надеюсь, все понятно. There. So, that's pretty much the bass EQ. Don't really have to do much. A couple things now. This is pretty much what I always do. I use the low control from Black Salt Audio with the even bass preset. I compress at 100 and below. So this is kind of like what that split bass method thing was. And I'm probably not doing the split bass method actually with two different tracks anymore because of this plugin. So I can just focus on compressing at 100 hertz and below. And then I will just do about 3 dB of reduction and increase, try to find like the level where the low end and the high end are sort of similar. What was your question, Dan? The EQ is just, I just have one bass track. So this is just the whole EQ right here. But this little EQ bump seems to add a bit more girth. Metal bass. In tune. And yeah, I know, Jacob. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This is what happens when you have a good bass track. So it might be annoying, this little scratchiness, but that might be what makes the bass more audible when everything is coming in. Awesome Answer, what's up? Everyone say hi to Awesome Answer, really cool guy. Him and I are working on something right now, so really good. Stacy, I definitely would have a tea if you want to make it. Yeah, Vasilis, I don't really mess with any of the extra tuning or things like this. I'm pretty much just taking the session how it was sent to me and I mix it. Basically like that. Yeah, Daniel, I was mentioning that some people do the split bass method, but because I'm using the low control, this plugin essentially allows me to do that split bass method where I'm compressing only from 100 hertz and below. So, you know, when I, like in my Mixing Metal workshop, I got a PDF in there that talks about like what kind of plugins you should buy. And this is a great example of a plugin that you may want to buy because now you can just insert the plugin and you can compress the area that you want to compress without needing to duplicate the track and then do the two different EQ moves that, you know, Joel Wanasek made very popular on Nail the Mix and all that stuff. So it's like less steps, right? So you can do the same thing, but faster with less steps. Stuff like that are the type of plugins that you would want to invest in, you know, in my opinion, okay? So we are now going to take more time to control the bass, all right? And this is another tip that Mendel from Mendel Vitalize showed me. Just set up a multi-band. It's like your basic mastering style multi-band with, you know, these 5 different zones. I select them all. And I pretty much adjust the threshold where we're controlling all the peaks and trying to just make the bass sound even. Because even though he's doing a decently good job playing the bass from lower strings to higher strings, we can control the bass across the entire frequency spectrum with this move. So it's consistent throughout the entire spectrum with this move right here. And then we do L1, you know, which is I like to call it the Joel L1asek move, because Joel is famous for the L1 stuff. And then just kind of pin it a little bit more. If we look at the waveform here, it's pinned. And what this means when it's pinned, it means that when we move it up or down, you know, with the fader, it's going to stay in that position. It's not going to be it's not going to fluctuate too much, which is everything that we were doing here with the low control and the multiband trick. Good очень. Классно. Я рад. Yeah, Daniel, I get you. And then, you know, like I say, one of the things that I got when Cola did his Nail the Mix all those years ago that just spoke to me in particular, simple is always better. If there's a simple way to do it, that's going to be the best way to do it. One of the things that kind of annoyed me about Nail the Mix sometimes, because I was trying to earnestly learn how to mix, and it was great because I joined Nail the Mix in the second month it ever existed, so that would have been December 2015, literally long time ago, and it was really hard to develop my own workflow because this guy would say, "Never do this instead," just for the guy in the next month to completely contradict everything the guy in the previous month said, but getting an amazing result at the same time. For me, when Cola did his thing and then he became a mentor of mine and he helped me, just everything that he said made complete utter sense to me. Simple, simple, simple. There's got to be a simple way to do it. The simplest way is the best way. And so that's why you're seeing here, I'm not doing anything remotely crazy at all. I've literally just done bog standard EQ and compression throughout this entire mix so far. And that's pretty much going to be it, right? So the bass is done. Pretty much done. And so we're going to just mix it into the drums now. So that sounds pretty good right there. This is not going to be the final level because we don't have the guitars, okay? You know what I mean? So, but I like to have bass in my black metal mixes. I know that's like sacrilege, you know, that's against the rules. But bass is fundamental aspect of making your mix sound huge in black metal as well. Simple, yeah, exactly. Keep it simple. The Joe Wanasek bus glue. That's the thing with those plugins is I just didn't use them enough. One thing that I started doing and I've been very strict about doing is every 6 to 8 months, I take stock of the plugins that I use all the time. And if I use them all the time, I keep them. If I look at a plugin and I can't remember the last time I used it, I uninstall it. That doesn't mean the plugin is bad per se. That's not at all what it means. It just means I'm not using it. It's taking up hard drive space, a very small amount. But also, it's almost like it's clutter. It's like digital clutter. And so I really try to only keep what I use all the time. Obviously, I still buy plugins and I still try things because I'm curious like everybody else is. But that's stuff I do on my own time. But when it comes to just systematically working and knowing a plugin in and out and I can get what I want to do with this, that's pretty much what I do. You know, and that's how I work. Personally. I mean, you can do what you want to do. So we get this kind of the result we have so far. Why in the hell did that become so loud? What's going on here? Something happened. What the fuck? Something's being doubled somewhere and I can't figure it out. Where are we going? Bass. Master. Bass. Okay. What? It's just really that loud. Nice. Cool. We'll sit with that. All right. Continuing. Now we'll do the guitar. So this is going to be an interesting situation because I think I might know what's going on. There it is. I forgot. So here's, if you're using Cubase or if you're hiding tracks, make sure you disable the track. I didn't realize that I hadn't disabled this. So in Cubase, I'll hit 7. I click on the track, and now Cubase considers this to be like deleted, and it's not going to play it. And now I can hide it again. There we go. Daniel, multi-band compressor properly. So, my opinion, personally, would be that make sure you understand the absolute basics of just what a compressor does by itself. There's a video that I did about compressing programmed drums on my channel with this plugin actually right here. Once you understand what the compressor is doing, you can start learning about multi-band compression. Multi-band compression is a really good way to fuck things up because it's a bit more complicated than your standard compression. Another way that you can think of multi-band compression would be dynamic EQ. All right, let me show you an example of this. Oh, we got some tea here. Tea. So, dynamic or multi-band compression. So I can show you right here. Let's see, what's a simple? Let's just do this again. All right. If you think of multi-band compression like dynamic EQ, it can start to make sense. So I just clicked this here. This is going to move with the audio signal, and it will compress an audio signal in tandem based on the information that's coming into it dynamically. So, for example, let's say I don't like that little scratch that's happening every now and again, but I don't want to completely kill it with a static EQ move, because a static EQ move will mean that that EQ move is working 100% of the time, all the time, which may not be what you want. what you could do is you can use multiband compression. And multiband just means multiband. You can set different, here, multiband. Here's a different band. Here's a different band. So multiband. Okay, these are two different bands. It's literally called band like that. All right, so we can get rid of that one. And then now dynamically, we control how much we want to push down on this range. So it's a great subtle way to control different frequency areas that you would want to control. Now with mastering, you're talking about the entire mix, and that's where things can go off the rails sometimes. And truth be told, I don't typically do a lot of multiband stuff on the master. Sometimes I might use the linear phase multiband, which I could show later on if you would like. But try to wrap your head around first just the basic idea of what a compressor does. And then you can talk about, or then you can experiment with multiband compression. All right. All right, now we're going to move into the guitars, which is a little bit of an issue here. We have what looks like to be quad track guitars, which is fine in and of itself. And the way that this was set up here is it's just mic 1, mic 2, mic 1, mic 2. So I'm interpreting that as there were two microphones on the cab. I have no idea what the amp was. I have no idea what the speaker was. I have no idea what any of this was, okay? But if we listen to this, the tone is a little bit iffy. I'll show you two ways, okay? Let's just take the tone. Let's just take the tone the way it is. Okay, we really can't hear the tone right now because there's a lot of shit going on. Let's clean this up first. There's a giant whistle at like 3K. 2.3K. That's a horrendous whistle, and this is a great example of what I've talked about a lot in my videos, where if you're unable to get a good microphone placement, just because you record it quad track, now you have 4 layers going through that microphone, and that one resonance will be doubled, doubled, and doubled. So now we have a giant problem. Where you had a small problem becomes a giant problem. Obviously, if we would just not delete, but maybe mute half of the guitar tracks, the problem goes away quite significantly. Okay, for me, this particular guitar tone So it's an interesting thing what's happening here. We clean up the guitar tone quite a bit. Although, somehow, me... Okay. If I didn't have DIs, I mean, look how much EQ we had to do here. This is a flat here. This is a really good example of how much of a hole you can dig yourself into if you don't quite get the guitar tone good from the source. I'm not going to lie and say this is a terrible guitar tone. It's obviously usable. When it's not my favorite, now it feels a bit washing to me, a little bit less defined because of just how much work we had to do to it. But we're lacking energy because I've done so much EQ. I don't know if hold on. I mean, I guess that would be acceptable, but you can even see here. You can see how much it's still tilting and how much high-end information that we have. And that's because it's been quad-tracked to the same exact chain, you know, all these times. And we're just doubling on the same sound. I'm not too really... I don't know. I think, honestly, I bet you we could just put on one of my preset packs and we could get a better result. Let's use my brand new one, actually. Let's do the Gojira one. Let's do the modern black metal V2. Let's see what we can get here. So we need this. We have there's a massive difference already. There's a lot more clarity and punch in here, and this is just the default setting. It could also be that the microphones are very slightly out of phase. We could fix that with M Auto Align, actually, but it would suck in the width of the guitars a little bit. I'm just not really keen on that. Let's just cycle through some of these presets. Maybe we'll find one. Way better. That was completely unplanned, guys. Completely unplanned, but there you go. My presets work in the wild. I think that sounds way fucking better, in my opinion. And actually, since we're doing this, I think what I'm gonna try, and this is what I always do with quad track guitars. I'll have one like really defined high gain version, and then the second pair of guitars, I want to do something opposite. So I have the modern black metal here. Why don't we do? Why don't we do? Why don't we do atmospheric black metal? So this would do. So all the atmospheric tones are a bit rounder, and they have reverb baked in them. So the idea that I have in my head would be that you have the more ice picky, not ice picky, but the much more defined sawtoothy type, blended in with the rounder one. To me, in my head, this makes sense. Like, this might sound pretty good. There's already reverb and stuff on that. So melodic death metal. Melodic death metal. I think I have a song like that. Say the F word, it's naughty. I'm fucking sorry, buddy. I'm solved. Yeah. Yeah. So you see what I mean when we're taking opposites and we're blending them. In my opinion, it's typically just going to be a much better result than, oh, we're going to put the microphone here and I'll just quad track all of those. That doesn't. I mean, we EQ'd it. If this came into me in the wild, like client sent this to me, obviously we could make it work. But the DIs, in my opinion, are way better with the presets, so we're gonna go with those. I'm gonna hide these so I don't see them here and here. So now we just have that going in there. And that makes way more sense. Now, are these in? These are going. No, they aren't. I didn't plan to use these. So these need to go to the rhythm guitars group. Now, now I'm making a balance between both of these. But you can see how like the more hi-fi version brings in a lot of the presence and the attack and the energy on the high end, and the atmospheric side of things, because they're a bit more round, and I'll use the word warmer, whatever the fuck that means. But putting them together, we come up with a better overall type of tone here. And that just so happens with the atmospheric guitar tones, the presets are baked with delay and reverb, so that works. automation issue here with the snare. Yep. So let's see here. Taller, wider, brightness. Yeah, this is so if you're getting quad track, that's perfectly fine. And you can quad track black metal by all means. I would just highly recommend 2 different guitar tones that come together like this. Okay. Yeah. Myopic, don't worry about it. You don't want to hear the type of shit I was doing in 2010. Please. It wasn't anywhere near this. Poo-poo, these are just happen to be some presets that I've created. One of them is Gojira, and then the other one is Pliny X. These preset packs are on my website. So this is the atmospheric black metal on the website, and the one for Gojira is the modern black metal version 2. So the wasn't the plan, guys. So that works. Now so now that we have rhythm guitars, bass, and drums, typically this is where I will, honestly, in the real world, I would take a break, about 10-15 minutes, then I would come back and I would do a rebalancing. Because now we have the 3 major elements of the mix. We've got our drums, our bass, and our rhythm guitars. And basically with black metal, it tends to be that the vocals are kind of like another instrument. And we don't have a lot of vocals here. And then we do have synths. I know somebody was mentioning the synths. They are here, okay? But this is the basic building block of the mix, the drums, the bass, and the guitars. So let's see what we're doing with the master chain here. So when the blast beats are playing, the overall balance seems to be pretty good. The issue that we're running into is when the snare is coming full tilt. It's a little bit too loud. Probably automation here would be the key. But it's black metal, you know, it doesn't need to be perfect. I'm way more concerned with everything being audible, okay? But before we get in the automation weeds, you know, these are just things to keep in mind. You don't want to get off track. You still have the rest of the mix to do, but these are just things that you can keep in your head. Okay, the snare is more or less still pretty audible during the blast beats. There's some questions here. Luke, headphone stuff like SonarWorks. So I used to use SonarWorks all the time, actually, and I actually stopped using it. I stopped using it mostly because after a while I was a little bit concerned of mixed translation. Also, I got new headphones, which I need to make a video about. These are the Odyssey LCDXs. But I have to be completely honest with you. The last 8 to 9 months, I've made a big effort not to mix on headphones. That doesn't mean they don't work. These are really fucking good headphones, by the way. One thing that I started using instead, if you'll see here, I have this plugin called Can Opener Studio 3. And in relationship with real phones, they've been pretty nice for me to use headphones and then check what mixed translation could be in the wild. I'm pretty lucky in this room, actually. I don't have a mid bump in this room. I have a little bit of a 125 mid bump in this room, which I got used to really easily. But you can already hear, in the room, there's not a lot of echo. I like this room a lot. So I've just been mixing on the monitors. I haven't really used SonarWorks anymore, to be honest with you. All right. Okay, so let's skip ahead now to the lead guitars. These are the same here. I guarantee you these are the same. It's the same microphone placement that was the rhythm guitar placement. And if we had used the original rhythm guitars, we probably would have been fighting the lead guitars to get them to be audible. Because again, it's the same microphone and the same placement with the same settings. You're just stacking the same frequencies. And then you're surprised when you can't hear lead guitars. Because you have rhythm guitars, and then you're playing lead guitars in the exact same place. Remember what we talked about with physics earlier? You can't, So you have to create a different lead sound. However, with the presets that we're using here, this will probably stick out quite nicely. Let's see what we got. That's perfectly fine. Let's see maybe if mic 1 is better than mic 2. This is a really great example to show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. So one of these automatically pops up through the mix better than the other. Okay. But just for the sake of time, we can use all 4 of them. They're going to work. And they're going to work basically because the rhythm guitar tone is significantly different. So I'll show you guys how to EQ lead guitars or melody guitars. There's a couple things that you want to keep in mind when you're doing this. That they don't need to take all the space. They don't need all the mid-range information because that's where your snare, your bass, and your rhythm guitars are. Okay, that's a good point. R is the final boss. Yeah, the car and the in-ears that everyone wears with the Apple, the iPod, I don't know, the AirPods, whatever they're called now. AirPods, yeah. What needs low mid? Anyway, so with the lead guitars, you can thin them out. You see I'm doing a lot of thinning in the low, mids, and mid range because that's all the melody is happening in the upper mids up here, okay? Now, I don't know if you can see down here, we have some synths. I don't know what the synths are doing here. That's probably just doubled. But basically, that's all for the lead guitars. Pretty much it. Obviously, the lead guitars are a little bit dry, which is pretty lame. We don't want that at all. So let's do some super simple delay stuff to add some depth to it. Try quarter note. Sounds pretty cool. And reverb. Probably went a little overboard. Okay, and now you'll see me do this once I get into the flow state of mixing. You go back and forth, things that you're hearing. You're always micro balancing. A lot of things and I'm guilty of this as well with my courses because I'm trying to put them in a very logical order. It's very rare that it's going to be, whoa, drums done, bass done, rhythm guitars done. You get the sounds where you want them to be. And as you start adding the other elements to the mix, invariably you're going to be fader tweaking all the time, all right? And that's basically to get the overall general 85 to 90% of the balance, where then you would do automation to fine-tune exactly how you want things to be for the mix and things like this. All right, so if you see me going back and forth, adjusting the bass and the guitars and things, that's normal. That's part of the process. All right. And the way that I mix, in my opinion, the leads are the melody aspect of the mix at this point. In my particular opinion, the leads would anyway be louder here. I don't think the leads are happening ever with the vocals. However, I don't know what's going to happen with the synths, so I'll leave the leads the way they are, kind of like right where they are. All right, good. Now, let's move on to the vocals. I have no idea what we're going to have to do here. Listening to the original mix, these vocals are definitely in the higher shrill range. The vocal technique sounds a little strained. I'm not a vocalist. So if someone hears a vocalist, maybe Dom's in the chat.
Unflinching!
Yeah.
Unflinching podcast for facades! Unceasing blow by blow is mad! The growls of the...
And there's room echo. So it almost sounds like the vocals were tracked in the same room with the drums. Listen, okay, when I play this again, listen when he takes the breath, and in between every single word, you clearly hear the reflections of the room.
Unflinching podcast for facades! Unceasing blow by blow is mad! The growls...
So that's really annoying, and you really can't EQ that out. So it's funny that I just did a video about this, but I am using this plugin again called Clarity VX D-Reverb from Waves.
Unflinching podcast for facades! Unceasing blow by blow is mad! The growls of those who fall will drown amid the shriller cry that from the blades and harness ring and in the battle, yeah.
So the danger with these type of plugins, depending on the type of vocal, because it's clamping down on room sounds, basically. If you get like high screams, it's basically gonna fuck with them. So I need to double check. Okay. Doesn't sound like we're having any artifacts.
Some fun from ruffian, thirst of blood from happy.
But because of this vocal style, obviously there's not a lot of power behind it, and there's a lot of sibilance.
Some fun from ruffian.
And the diction and the enunciation is not that great. So because we have to do de-essing, we might not be able to do as much de-essing as we would want to do, because we're going to give them a lisp instantly. All right. So, not the best thing in the world, but we might be able to hide it with reverb and delay. So let's focus on... Let's just see what we can do here. Also, these aren't exactly super... They look compressed to some degree, actually. I don't know how much compression we're going to be able to do. All right, so I'll do the exact same compression thing that I showed you guys on the video a couple days ago. So we'll do the EQ first. And with EQ, we can do our first stage of... maybe you guys can't see that. We can do our first stage of de-essing a little bit. So with vocals this high, we can pretty much kiss everything below 130. We don't need it.
Flinching podcast for facades. Unceasing.
You can just see up here in 6 to 8K, we're getting like +9 of whoosh. And that shit is going to kill us when we put it through a compressor.
Flinching podcast for...
So, back to the multi-band compression question that we had before, where I was calling it dynamic EQ. Plugins these days, you can do dynamic EQ right in the plugin, which is what I'm going to do here.
Flinching podcast for facades. Unceasing blow by blow is mad. The growls of those who fall will drown amid the shriller cry that from the blades and harness ring. Battle, yeah. Yeah,
right there. It's like there's not much you can do about that. Just that's vocal technique. That's, you know, again, this is 10 years ago. I'm not like, if the band ever sees this, I'm not talking shit about you guys, okay? All right, it's not about that. I'm just trying to show like what you would do if you had to mix this for a client, okay?
Flinching podcast for facades. Unceasing blow by blow.
Okay, and then because he's in such a small room, we have this like this closet honky frequency.
Flinching podcast for front was sad. A ceasing blow by blow was met. The growth of the
And it's the reverb, even though we're doing a D-reverb, it's still so obvious.
flinching foot gas front was sad. A ceasing blow by blow was met. The growth of those who fell were drowned amid the shriller clang. That from the blades and harness rang. And in the battle, yeah.
Yeah, the Fab Filter stuff. I believe the Nova plugin has dynamic EQ. Guys, at the end of the day, listen, I'll prove it to you. So this is the stock Cubase plugin. The reason I don't use the stock Cubase plugin is it's cumbersome, all right? But the stock Cubase plugin had attack and release on dynamic EQ before Fab Filter did. So if we just kind of, so 8952, just kind of do the same thing here.
Flinching foot gas front was sad. A ceasing blow.
So I've never used this plugin. Let me see here.
Flinching foot gas front was sad. A ceasing. Flinching foot gas front was sad. A ceasing blow by blow was met. The growth of those who fell were drowned amid the shriller clang. That from the blades and harness rang. And in the battle, yeah. Yeah, first they fell unheard for God. Both southern fierce and hard disgust. Flinching foot gas front was sad.
So if you know how to EQ, you know what I mean? You don't need Fab Filter. The reason why I have Fab Filter is because I can instantaneously work in it. Like you saw, I had to think how to do things in this plugin, but completely capable. You don't need it, and it's a stock plugin in Cubase 14. All right, so you don't have to have Fab Filter. All right, it's very fast and easy to use. That's why I use it.
Flinching foot gas front was sad.
Okay, so the reason we're doing the EQ first, I talked about this in the video that I did on my channel. In my opinion, it makes sense to try to get the vocals, like the problems out of the vocals before we put them through a compressor. Because when you put them through a compressor, you're just going to make the problems worse. Right? And I'm going to use the exact same plugins that I showed you guys on that video. Medium fast attack, medium fast release.
Flinching foot gas front was sad. A ceasing blow by blow was met. The growth of those who fell were drowned amid the shriller clang. That from the blades.
All right, great. Now I'm going to try to do a de-essing here after this. It's pretty common to go compressor, de-esser, okay? I didn't do that in the video that I showed you guys because Tim's vocals weren't really that bad, but he's also a much lower vocalist. This guy, I think we're going to need some help.
Flinching foot. Oh, by blow was met. The growth of those who fell were drowned amid the shriller clang. That from the blade.
That's where we are now. Here's before.
Flinching foot gas front was sad. A ceasing blow by blow was met.
So we've definitely taken the edge off here, which is the whole point of what we're trying to do. So take the edge off, you know, bring the vocals up. And I'll do the L2 aura. Maybe try to add some character here with the gain and watch the peak reduction here.
Flinching foot gas front was sad. A ceasing blow by blow was met. The growth of those who fell were drowned amid.
Let's see what we can do here.
Flinching foot gas front was sad. A ceasing blow by blow was met. The growth of those who fell were drowned amid.
That reverb is so distracting. That's why it's really important to be able to do vocals in a relatively dead room or a large room where the reflections are going to come right back into the microphone. So like it's not enough just to have like the ISO booths that people. So if you're going to have the ISO booth, that's fantastic. Think about what's behind you though, because you're still going to sing into the booth. The reflections are going to go out the back of you, and what's back here. What you can do is you can build a little tent with moving blankets. I actually had a guy in Australia that I did some work for. He put a vocal booth inside, and he just took some like 1-inch PVC pipe, made a little cage for like $50, put moving blankets on top of it, and that'll be more than enough. So you won't have, because now the compressor is bringing out all the room reverb in there, and it doesn't matter like how much D-reverb we're gonna do. It's just gonna be part of the vocal. But it's black metal, thankfully. This isn't pop music, so we're gonna be okay. Let's try one more de-esser here just to see if we can clean up a last little bit.
Blow by blow is mad. The growth of those who fall. We're drawn to mid the shriller climb. That from the blades and harness ring. And in the battle, yeah. Yeah, pressing foul on hard for cause. Blow southern fear.
Okay, that's pretty much as good as it's gonna get. This is doubled. I'm assuming it was doubled to try to add body to the vocal. It is what it is. You can just copy paste this over. It's the exact same guy doing the exact same style of vocal performance. The only extra thing I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna put like a micro pitch plugin here to change the tonality of the vocal. So it's a classic doubling technique. I didn't come up with it. I think Andy Wallace, if I remember off the top of my head. I don't remember. It's ripping it off from somebody. I don't remember. But very classic technique here. And then the double will be mixed into the main.
Flinching foot gets foot with sides. A ceasing blow by blow is mad. The growth of those who fall.
Kind of like that. Now, man, I really don't like that fucking room sound, but I can't do anything about it. So. Okay, this is probably as good as it's gonna get.
Flinching foot gets foot with sides. A ceasing blow by blow is mad. The growth of those who fall. We're drawn to mid the shriller climb.
I wonder. Kind of a dumb idea. Kind of a stupid idea, but fuck it. We can do here.
Flinching foot gets foot with sides. A ceasing blow by blow is mad. The growth of those who fall. We're drawn to mid the shriller climb. That from the blades and harness ring. And in the battle, yeah. Yeah, pressing foul on hard for cause. Blows on the fierce and hardy gods. Beyond the blood, I am
Okay, that worked. So what I still kept hearing was a lot of edge, even after the compression and the EQ we've done here. What I've done is I added the smallest tiny bit of distortion with a little bit of a mix, but the tone knob here, I'm basically trying to darken the vocals. And that seemed to work. And now it's starting to fit into the mix a lot better, in my opinion. So there you go. That's what that is. The backing vocals, same guy doing the same exact technique. So we'll just literally copy the same thing over here from this to this. And then we'll do the same thing here. Really great thing to point out at this time, like if you're doing the main vocals for your song, just if you want to do backing vocals like this, you don't need to be a good vocalist at all. Just get your friends or your bandmates, somebody different with a different tonal sound in their voice, stand a little further away from the microphone, and then you can get, it's the same concept with lead guitars and rhythm guitars. You have the main guitar tone, you have a lead guitar tone. Differences will poke out. So we might have a problem trying to get these backing vocals to really poke, because it's the same dude. That's obviously too loud. Mr. Grooves, yeah, you can do sidechain EQ if you want. It's just a rabbit hole that you can go down. I know Joey Sturgis does a lot of that automatic mixing stuff. Hold on. Me personally, I barely scratched the surface with that stuff. I've tried it before, but for me, it just never seems to. It seems too complicated. You know what I mean? The more I do this and the more songs I mix for people, the more I am coming to the opinion that mixing music obviously is hard and you should be able to do that stuff, but writing the song and producing it in such a way to make it easy to mix, I think is just as important as anything else. Because, you know, if you had a different vocalist doing the backing tracks, maybe he was a bit deeper, they would pop a lot more. It's just the same guy layering the same style of vocal over and over and over again. And then here we are trying to get them to pop somehow. Maybe could detune them, maybe could do other things, but then you're talking about fidelity of the audio track. I try to keep things as simple as possible. I'm taking what was given to me and I'm just seeing what we can do today. Mr. Groove, I do not mix other genres. I am extreme metal only. I am super niche. It's just what I do and what I have the most interest in, and what I have the most passion about, because I believe this style of music is a high art form. I can prove it. You can go listen to people doing piano covers of dissection songs, and they sound like modern classical music. The sad part is just this ethos of the songs need to sound like absolute piss and unlistenable really overshadows a lot of the genius and a lot of the creativity that, you know, even like Marduk, they're just a fucking balls to the walls blasting machine, but you know, their drummer does really interesting fills and intricate things on the drums, and it's just like, if you can hear it, you could appreciate it. And unfortunately, I'm unpopular on YouTube because of this to some degree, because I want things to sound good. This sounds good to me. It's not polished to any degree. It's not modern metal standard at all, but you can hear everything, and I think it's atmospheric, and I think it's sounding good. Like, what's the fucking problem? Why does it need to sound awful, you know? So, all right, so we got the vocals. We need to get the synths in here because I don't know what they're doing or what they're supposed to add to the song. Synths are I think these are literally synths. I don't think they're like strings. So these are, it sounds like a Korg, which is awesome, by the way. So these are very synthy. They're not really organic. They should cut through the mix, but now we have a bit of an issue here. I can tell you right now, because of this guy's vocal style, that when these synths are playing, probably they're going to be buried a little bit. But when it comes to synths, it's pretty arbitrary what you can do here. You're pretty much getting rid of everything below 120, because it's typically rumble with synths. It's not orchestra stuff that like their instruments made for that register. You can also do a bit of a low mid, similar to what you would do with lead guitars. You can do a little bit of a low shelf. So what I'm doing there is I'm just taking enough out where there's still body, but it's not like a super thick body. Because remember, rhythm guitars, bass guitar, kick drum. So I'm sweeping here to find a part maybe where there's a vocal frequency range where it sounds pleasant and sweet. Right here seems to sound good to me. On its own, it sounds good. I don't know what it's going to sound like in the mix. Let's go to the choir, see if that EQ move makes sense. So what I did there, what I was listening for, I was listening to the transition from the choir to the strings, trying to put them sort of on the same level of perceived volume. We'll see what that does when it's in the context of the mix. One thing that I always do, that I always use now, is Blacksall Audio Reviver. It's like saturation, distortion, all-in-one plugin. I just use a preset called Synth Exciter, and done. Simple. Doesn't need to be difficult. Okay. Literally, what do we got now? Okay, so in the real world, at this point in time, I would take a break, right? Because now we've done quite a bit of work. We've gone almost 3 hours now. This is pretty indicative of, like, if I wasn't sitting here and explaining all my moves to you guys, literally this would have been 2 hours work when I'd be taking the break. And the point of the break would then be to give my ears a little bit of a rest, come back, and invariably something would poke out like, oh, that's way too loud, that's not quite right, etc., etc., etc. We're obviously not going to do that here. We're going to plow through. So now we have pretty much all the elements of the song looked at, touched, worked with, and in the grand scheme of things, pretty simple song, right? The difficulty has not come with the song itself. It's just come from how it was recorded, all right? And actually, I think I will take a small break, so I'll change my view, have some tea, and I'm happy to answer some questions. So fire them at me. Fire. Drinking tea there, Lee. Drinking tea. The fancy red warlock. That would be this here. Uh, Rodolfo, I don't. Yeah, we're gonna do the final balancing here. I'm just taking a quick break. Soothe. Yeah, Soothe is is an amazing plugin, and it definitely would help. And I have experimented with it on bass guitar, vocals, guitars. You just need to be very, very careful with it because you can create artifacts. Because things can get washy and you suck things out. I think it's just one of those things that can be overused sometimes. Yeah, Mr. Grooves, be careful how loud you're mixing. 70 to 80, I believe, is the sweet spot range where you can technically work with like up to 8 hours. But it's not so much ear fatigue, it's actually mental fatigue because when you get into the flow of things and you're really concentrating, that is exhausting and it takes time to build up the ability to work for long periods of time. M bike, thank you, man. I appreciate it. How do I mix through buses? Is that your question specifically? D-Man absolutely can, and I can actually use this little toy here to show you. So, layman version of attack and release. Okay. The compressor is not working. The attack and the release settings are going to dictate how fast this lid opens, the person in it. Okay. If you have a very fast attack, this thing is gonna whoop open really fast as you can open it. This is how fast that's gonna work. The release is how fast this is gonna close. So if you have a very fast attack, instant open, very fast release, instant close. All right. I don't know if you have the Mixing Metal Workshop, but there's like a 9-page PDF of like it was like 9 PDFs. There's a compression PDF file that talks in depth about the attack and release settings. And basically, the whole point of attack and release settings is to sculpt the transient and the body of an audio signal. So when you're talking about drums, people say they want punch. All right. That's the reason why they say like a medium fast attack is because the medium fast attack will slightly clamp down on the initial attack of a drum transient, and then the compressor opens, and then the body of a snare would come up, which would which is where you perceive punch. If you have a very slow attack on a snare, for example, the transient literally just gets. Actually, I wonder if I could. Hold on, we still have this. Let me see if I can find that image that I used in my video. Be here. Yeah, here it is, right here. So let me go here. Awesome answer. Because I mix solo 99.9% of the time, I do my own mastering. And then in this particular song, I am mixing into a limiter. If I wanted to have someone else master it, I would still mix into a limiter to get an idea of what the transients would sound like on the overall mix. Okay. So to G-Man's question, here's a great representation, the best way that I can explain this to you, okay? So here's 4-to-1 ratio with threshold. We all know what threshold does, right? If we bring the threshold down, look what happens. So the blue is the affected signal. The green is the original signal. So you see this green bit here, like this super pronounced transient, right? This particular attack and release setting is basically making the transient in the body pretty much like the same perceived volume. If you increase the attack, so you make the attack work faster, look at the reduction that is being done. There's very little reduction that's being done on the actual transient, and you can see the difference between the green and the blue here of how much the transient is being passed through before it starts clamping down. And then the relationship with the release, okay, if you make a very slow, damn it, this is fast? Could be. This confused me even when I did the video for some reason. Yeah, this should be slow. Yeah, this is a very fast release. You see, basically, it just did a little bit of tiny little work on the transient, and then the body, like, still doing reduction on the body, but not as much. If we do a slow release, and this must be fast. I don't fucking, whatever, you get the point. But I mean, this is the visual representation of how much gain reduction is being done. Okay. Yeah, this should be slow release because we're holding gain reduction the whole time. And then obviously the more threshold you would do, the more gain reduction you do, and the more you choke a signal. Okay. This is the best way that I've been able to visualize compression for other people. And yeah, and don't feel bad. Like, there are days where I put my head in my hands and I can't remember what the fuck compression's supposed to do, and I just have to take a moment to question why I even decided to do this. All right, so let's jump out of here. All right. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, so random. The thing with the Mixing Metal Workshop is what I wanted to do with that is I wanted to give people literally the starting blocks. Like, the first time you're opening a mix, what to do, what to think about, why you should do it, why you should move in this order. You're watching me right now, and obviously I don't do every single step that I'm talking about in the workshop, because in time you can combine steps and you can do things, and you'll be working 3 or 4 steps ahead in your mind, and you'll make decisions based on experience. In the beginning, though, you don't have that experience, and the best way that I found with that Mixing Metal Workshop is to walk you through step by step. Do this, then do this, then do this, then do this. It's like detailed, but it's meant to give you reps to start getting a workflow, to start listening to things, to start understanding why, a mixer can open up a session and bam, 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 and in 30 minutes he can have the drums done. It's not because he's got magic ears or he's way better than you and you suck ass and you never. It just comes down to time in the DAW experience. At the end of the day, that's the final answer. Like, I'm a mediocre guitar player because I spend way more time practicing mixing than I do practicing guitar. I'm only one guy and only got a little bit of time in my life to do one thing, basically, and I've decided that I want to mix more than be a shred guitar player. That might be the inverse for some people. You just like this most amazing shred guitar player in the world, not so good at mixing. But that would like make sense, wouldn't it? Because he puts all the time on the fretboard. He doesn't put all the time in the DAW, right? So the workshop stuff is just to get you started from zero. Do this, listen to this. It's a point by point thing. And that's why all the PDFs are in there. The reverb, the compression, the EQ, how to EQ, everything. You know, what you're listening for, reference tracks, how to listen to a reference track, you know, all that stuff, right? Hold on, I think your question got cut off there. No, see, there are people who are like jack of all trades, master of none. But as long as you understand that about yourself, you know, don't get mad at yourself if you're not a super great mixer. Eventually, maybe in time, you'll maybe find something that you want to hyper focus on. Don't worry about it for now. Yeah. Okay, so M-Bike. Buses for me are organizational. This is one of the reasons I don't like Reaper. It's because I don't like the concept of a bus as a folder. I'm weird like that. I guess in 2025 people call this a tism, whatever the fuck that is. But for me, I want to have a group track and a folder track. It's two different things to me. I don't want to confuse them. So for me, a group track is a way to combine like instruments. So we see here on my DAW here, I have a kick in and a kick out. This goes to my group track. And in this particular instance, I am doing all my work on the single group track because I can do that. Snare top and snare bottom goes to a snare group track. This is going to be the track that I'm going to do overall balance with after I get a balance between the snare top and the snare bottom that I like. This would be the track that I would automate, for example, to get the volumes that I would want. So group tracks for me exist as organizational and also for group processing on like instruments. Same thing on the spots here. Let's say if I solo the spots and there's something that's happening in all the spot microphones that I don't like, I can go to my group track and I can do the EQ there. And then also same thing, automation. Like that's why I started putting my group tracks up with my like tracks. You know, a couple of years ago, I used to keep all my group tracks on the bottom of my session, and that turned out to be a real pain in the ass when I wanted to do automation. You know, I wanted to look at the track that I was automating. I would have to look at the track, scroll down, automation. Look at the track, scroll down, automation. I felt that was really inefficient, so I started putting the group tracks on top. Did MYM official, your question got cut off. Same thing with same thing in Cubase here. We have an effects track. Like I get the concept in Reaper, a track can be anything. That's cool. I just want to have an effects track. I want it to be called an effects track, and I like seeing the word effects here, you know, and I don't know if you noticed, but like anyone who's been watching my video for the last 5 years, the colors are all the same. You know, I haven't changed. And this, in my opinion, this repetition and building this workflow creates speed. Okay, so let's have a listen to where we are now. Been a couple minutes before I had to listen to the mix. Let's find a spot that we can hear all the instruments. Okay. Condensed question is how do you tell someone he doesn't know shit just because he did a few nail the mixes? I mean, how good is your relationship? You know what I mean? What kind of person is he? How does he react to criticism? How does he react to honesty? You know, is he worth keeping in the band? You know, I mean, you try the soft approach first, or you could just go, listen, man, you know, I've been doing this for 10 years and you haven't. So I wouldn't tell you that you're sweep picking incorrectly because I can't sweep pick. So sometimes, you know, you gotta help people stay in their lane. You know what I mean? I hate saying that because everyone's entitled to an opinion, yada, yada, yada. But when it comes to doing work or being competent at something, I think that ends, you know, I'm not going to tell a plumber how to fix the plumbing in my house. I'm not a plumber. And I would never dream to sit behind him and be like, I think you should do this. I think that's stupid. You know, so. Yeah, so that's kind of what I would do. And if he's more trouble than it's worth, then there are plenty of guitarists that you can hire on the internet to work on your music for you, in my opinion. So. What we can do here, I'm going to show you guys a technique. I have discussed this on the channel before, but this was many years ago. This is when I mixed Obsidian Sun. If you know Azagram, it's her side project. So what I'm going to do is we have this space, right? And what I want to do with this space is I want to put everything into this space. So I'm actually going to send all instruments into this space. Calm down, don't freak out, okay? Because I'm breaking a lot of rules right here. I'm putting reverb on bass, I'm putting reverb on rhythm guitars, okay? Just hear me out. I have done this on a lot of mixes, okay? And no one has complained yet. The reason that I do this is I've found it to be a really good way to... People always talk about glue and making a mix sound like it should be together. Why not put it into a space? Yeah. Alright, what we're going to need to do, because now the bass is in here. I'm interested in getting everything to sound like it's in like the live show is happening over there down the hall. And my idea here is hopefully we can kind of blend things together, because now we have the space with the drums and then we got these vocals in their own little space, and it's not congruent, right? So let's see what happens. All I'm going to do now is, I'll show you here. So in Cubase, I am listening to the send effect, right? And what I can do at this point is I can adjust the send level, and essentially I'm going to balance everything in the reverb. And let's see what that sounds like. I have no idea. random, I will use effects tracks for delays and reverbs, and I'll pass those through for sure. So what I'm doing right now is I have one space and I'm passing a bunch of instruments through. And for me, this subtle glue with the reverb, I think, is expanding the entire mix as a whole, and it's becoming more atmospheric. We haven't added actually any reverb except to the lead guitars, and that's it. You know what I mean? And then like my preset has delay and reverb on it. Okay. One thing you need to watch out for when you're balancing mixes at this point is try not to hyper focus on everything. Hard to explain this. So that little section there, I was listening to the vocals and I was listening to the choir. But then when I closed my eyes, I was basically trying to visualize the mix in a hierarchical order. And in my head, I was going drums versus choir, choir versus vocals, drums versus vocals, guitars versus choir, guitars versus vocal, and I'm just bouncing in my head between all these different elements, and I'm basically deciding if I like the balance. I'm not just going, oh, are the choirs loud enough? That's the wrong thing to ask. You need to take the thing as a whole. You know what I mean? So when you're listening to everything, you have to, bounce back and forth. Try to be objective. If you're a guitar player, try to forget that you play guitars. Jacob, I sent every instrument to the space from the bus. So if you look here, every time you see this where it says send, it's going to space. And this space is this plugin. I'm not gonna lie, it's an expensive plugin, but it's a very high quality convolution reverb. I think it's even better than Altiverb in my opinion, and it's less expensive than Altiverb. All of that is going into this space, all right? And then I balanced it to the space. And then the space was mixed in. So we're at minus 8 dB for the space. You'll notice what I just did here is I pulled down some of the high energy of the crash cymbal, and the lead guitar just became a lot louder. And this is something like I can't teach you guys, it's just experience. Yes, it's all about balancing volume, but sometimes it's not about balancing volume. There might be too much energy in a frequency range that is masking something else. And in my opinion, it seems to be that the that the cymbal energy there was masking a little bit too much of the lead guitars, because the cymbals, the vocals, the lead guitars are all fighting for space in that one little section. now I need to decide. This is a mixed decision, and this would be something, for example, if I was working with the band, I might send them a static mix like this, and I might ask them, okay, I need to know this section right here, when the strings and the lead guitars are playing, what's your vision? Should the leads be louder or should the strings be louder? Invariably, they're gonna say they should both be loud. That's fucking impossible. You have to decide. You can't. Okay, one is gonna be louder than the other. That's just the way it is. So you need to decide which one that is. Obviously, I can't ask the band. So me, I'm gonna just make the guitars a little bit louder. I just saw your question, Jacob. The 2-bus is for nothing except the master chain. Nothing. Okay. So the effects track is going to the master. I call it the master bus. The 2-bus I haven't touched since we started the mix. I just like set the levels for the limiter a little bit. Everything else is going to that, but I do absolutely nothing on the master bus. We might do a little bit of EQ on it later, you know, but that's about it. There's another thing I can tell you. So the vocal performance isn't super fucking stellar, right? So you can do little tricks where you can bring the vocals up where they're like where you would expect a vocal to be, and then whoop, just barely couch them behind like the guitar. They're audible, and if you focus on them, you're going to be able to hear them, but they're not going to be clearly on the top position. Heard something here. Heard something here. Where was it? Nope. Thing is bothering me. Okay, don't remember. Okay, this choir part's too loud. Pro tip, if you're in Cubase or any other DAW where you can do clip gain and it's audio, just splice the part and pull the clip gain down so you don't have to make an automation lane. You keep talking about the hi-hats. I don't like loud hi-hats. That shit drives me insane. Hi-hats are some of the most obnoxious cymbals on the drum kit, so they're just loud enough to be there. Otherwise, I don't like them very loud. Okay, now this is an actual melody part that I know for sure would want to make louder. We can do that. Dex knows what he's talking about. Okay. Now, here's the fun part. We're all going to listen to the song together. And basically, this is how automation actually works, right? You need to listen to the song as a whole so that you can get an idea of what the average balance is. This would be something that you would talk about with the band. You would already have this shit taken care of, hopefully. And then all your automation moves have to be based on that. You can't make automation moves without context or reference to what happened previously. I made that automation move on the lead guitar from experience because he's not tremolo picking. It's just like a single note. It's just not loud enough, okay? But when you get to this point of a mix, you have to take the entire thing in context. And you have to decide what should be where. In the Mixing Metal Workshop, there's the how to study a reference track PDF, where I talk about first place, second place, third place. It's not my terminology. I didn't come up with that. It's from an old book from the 80s, where a guy's talking about, what's in the first place, what's in the second place, what's in the third place. These are all things that you should have decided upon. And all of your automation moves are going to be based on that structure that you have decided on, right? I'm making all these decisions myself, obviously, because I'm mixing the song, right? And this is an old song. The band is not here, obviously. But keep in mind that I'm mixing the song on my tastes. I'm mixing it. You can download it and mix it on your tastes. But that's the key to automation. The key to automation is not going, oh, it's too loud here, and turning it down. You need to what came before, what's the automation move, and what is happening after. And automation, depending on the complexity of the song, easily can take longer than fucking mixing the song itself. Okay, if you have 80 tracks of symphonic stuff, I've mixed 200 track sessions before. Absolute nightmare. Automation. All right. I could nitpick this to death, but I'm not going to because we're on a stream right now. But what I do want to do instead is I want to show you guys some delay effects that we can do as effects. So what I'll do is I'll insert, and these are not my ideas. These are stuff that Cole has showed me that I have adapted to what I want to do. Okay, it's as you've seen through this entire stream, I have done nothing but literally basic EQ and compression. The entire mix. Okay, there's nothing outlandish or crazy here. So what you can do, let's see, this guy's vocals, there's a couple of parts where a really big expansive reverb would be cool. So we can do Echo Boy again. Okay. We'll just call this big delay, for example. Put that in the folder. Okay. And then we can do another track with reverb. And just be like, big reverb. Okay. If you're in Cola's audio cult, you've already seen this before. Like, I'm not taking any ownership of this. Okay. It's just, cool stuff. Choir too hot. Maybe. Could be. Ugly Gamer, dude. It's been a while since I've seen you. How you doing? I remember the stuff that we worked on together. Okay, so do this, low cut this. What we're trying to do with these particular effects, these are creative effects. So maybe we want to make a huge reverb throw. We can do that. So we'll put the mix at 100%. Song is in 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I think it's just great. So I'm hearing a delay throw with these background vocals. Let's see what we can do with those. So we'll do that. Make ambient, a little bit of saturation. So it's as simple as you think it is. Here's another reason why I do the I put tracks in different groups, because I can send the backing vocals to the delay now, for example, which is what we're gonna do. Do that. So I'll send the backing tracks, just send it to the delay, big delay, gauge it, and let's see what we can come up with. All right, so we don't want the Bannock part, we just want the burn part. So we need to see where we need to set this, where we can get that. We don't want that. Okay. Cool, let's see what it sounds like. This is what I was telling you, where it's a pain now, because it's the same voice. I don't know how much this is gonna cut. Really not gonna cut at all. Mostly gonna be felt, not heard, basically. One of these situations. And then we can just derp that right on over every single bit. We just listen. Okay. Maybe this can go more. Now, we can do this big scream, perhaps, so we can send the mains down to the big delay. And pretty much just the ending portion of the scream to make it sound a bit more exciting. Yank this right over. This is the creative kind of stuff that you can do that's a bit more finicky and definitely less interesting to watch. This helps. You can hear in his performance that he was trying to make this a really big epic scream, and then he was fading out the scream himself. Preferably, I'd like to do that with automation, but we're going to use this delay now to help make that a lot more epic and a bit more thick, actually. And then at this point, I'll look at any other parts of the song that might be cool to add a big delay throw like this. Okay, not there. You don't want to go crazy with it, because if you, it's the same thing. Everything's wide, nothing is wide. If everything has a delay throw on it, it loses its impact. All right. Let's see what we got back here. Classic thing to do at the end of the song here. Okay, let's see about a big reverb. I think the bigger reverb sometimes will make more sense to do, because like you don't want to like delay into the lead part because you're pulling attention away from the lead. This is also something to keep in mind when you're doing effects like this. Other things are happening in the song, and if you get too drilled down like, oh, I want to have a delay throw on this lead, and you lose context of like, well, this lead is ending and then there's this little interlude part with the lead guitar. You don't want to step on top of it, you know. You can still do an effect, but maybe instead of a big delay throw, maybe we can do some big reverb. So let's see what happens. I have no idea what's going to happen or how this is going to sound. No clue. You know, and this is where you can get creative. This is where you can fuck around, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, who cares? Not a big deal. So let's see what happens when we do this. Same thing with reverb. You want to be careful. I mean, I know in black metal, reverb is an instrument. However, I might lead into it a little bit. So you can just hear the tail end for about a measure as it kicks into the lead part. And then you can like cut it off right here, you know. It'll have decayed by this point. Yeah. I wonder if a delay throw here would work. Yeah, reverbs upon reverbs? Yep. What was this? What was that? 0. Okay. 0 here. Oh. Essentially, I'm trying to fill space. This is also something where, you know, it's a little weird to just dump into this little guitar bit in one ear. If I was producing this song, some keys here would be really fucking nice. Just something else happening here instead of just the song cuts out and we just have guitars. I think 0 might work here, but we will ease into it like with reverb. Okay, I don't like that word. I want more of this word. So actually a really cool mistake here that's sort of kind of interesting is because I have the main and the backs going to the same delay, we're getting sort of this call and response type of thing happening during this section. I really don't like that, and the backing is not happening really the way that I wanted it to happen. It's not really working the way that I want it because the vocals are the same. So we dump it. I would put a delay throw on this, but I don't like the way he ended the line. I'm not a vocalist. However, I do believe that like he's running out of steam here, so it's just like this last little bit that he can get. And so it wouldn't be like a pretty delay. Okay, any questions so far? I think that pretty much covers most of everything. Let's break some more rules and let's do some EQ on the master bus. That'll piss everybody off. There's nothing stopping you from doing EQ on the master bus because it's the culmination of all the elements at once. Like when we're working on the original rhythm guitars, you know, if you had that whistle still in the rhythm guitars, yeah, I would call that a mistake to try and fix that on the master. You should fix that in the original guitars. But when you get to the entire mix here, there might be some things that poke out that, in general, could sound better if you did a little notch here and there. so that might be a little weird. So here's the other reason why. We've been working around minus 12 lufs this whole time. I'm starting to push the mix a little harder into this limiter right now. And there's 3 ways I'm doing it. Obviously, we can just push it with the limiter. But I'm doing clipping a little bit. I'm doing a little bit. And then I am pushing harder into the master chain itself. What's happening now is some things are starting to poke through the mix louder than they were previously. So we can make these balance changes as we move along. So if you guys noticed anything, once I made this even louder, something jump out? Well, Mr. Grooves will be a lot happier because the hi-hat just got a lot louder. Yeah, exactly. So this is what I'm talking about. The balance has changed a little bit. Okay. So people talk about not crushing mixes. I'm not crushing it. -9 LUPS is not really crushing it. But this is why at least 9 LUPS you might want to mix into, because things will jump out to you. Now the hi-hat is much louder than it was before. The vocals are definitely louder. You know, so when you do this, it's always, now you got to go back and do a little bit of balance adjusting, a little bit of balance magic, you know what I mean? But we're not making big changes here. It's all the same fundamentals. A little bit of balance changes, maybe something pokes out a little bit more, and this is where the automation would come in. I think I would personally probably automate down this snare. I really don't like this drum sound, this room sound. It's really fucking annoying. would nitpick this more, obviously, for another day or so, going through exactly that process, listening to the entire song, something pops out, readjust the balance, maybe check an EQ, listen to the entire song, check the balance, and that's, when, how can I say this politely? When people who don't mix music that complain about how much money they need to spend, you're just pressing buttons. This is what you're paying for. You're paying for my expertise to listen to the song 1,000 fucking times and to give it the best, to match your vision as best as I can. All right. So we're gonna call it good because this is gonna be freaking boring for you guys to watch this over and over and over. But that would be the process. Listening to the song over and over and over, minute changes here and there. Send a revision to the band, do a note, send a revision, do a note, and basically call it good. But as you can see from the very beginning, every decision we made brought us to this atmospheric black metal concept where we want to get this atmospheric sound. It's epic sounding, and it sounds cool. It's listenable. Like maybe you've never worked with real drums before. You can download these multi-tracks. Like maybe you might say something like, I can't hear the kick. That's real drums for you. The kick drum disappears instantly once you put bass and guitars into a mix like this. Then you would have to really get like the ball slap sound, and then it's like just slapping you all the time, in the mix, stuff like this. It's always a give and take. You have to take something away to get something that you want, or you have to balance something to get it where you want it to go. It's not arbitrary. You can't go make the bass louder. Making the bass louder will mean it affects something else. Is making the bass louder worth that to you? Is that an exchange you're willing to make? So these are all the questions that you always have to ask yourself. Okay. Farming for clients. First of all, I wouldn't call it farming for clients. You need to change your mindset around to how can you help people. Farming for clients has like a connotation that all you care about is you just want to make money off of them. I understand that, and obviously you want to make money. Everyone wants to make money, but how can you help somebody? Is there something that you can do right now that you can help somebody? Because when you help solve a problem and you help solve a pain point for somebody, that's when they're willing to pay you. So, like, I don't mix any other genres. I only do this, right? Like, if someone wanted me to mix a rap song, I can't help them. I can't solve their problem, right? So, what you want to do is you need to have a website for sure. First thing, website number one. You need to start showing examples of what you can do, and you need to decide what you're gonna do. Had a one-on-one mixing client last summer that showed me his website, and it looked like a corporate bank website. Like, I don't like, and he wants to mix thrash metal, and I'm like, well, you look like a bank. Are you going to attract that type of client? A guy who has a thrash band goes to your website. It looks like a corporate bank. Everything needs to be congruent and make sense with the type of people you want to help. So figure out what it is that you can offer, how you can help people, and then get a website, get a portfolio going, and then start reaching out to people. Start following people in maybe locally. I don't know where you live. Locally, reach out to people. In the beginning, I reached out to everyone on Facebook. I actually just did free mixes for people for like a year. Got a portfolio up, did free mixes, did a lot of practicing, learn how to communicate, learn how to write emails. It all comes down to helping somebody, okay? It all comes down how you can, what you can do to help somebody. So in my case, I do extreme metal. I do black metal and death metal and atmospheric stuff, and that's what I choose to do, and I choose to help people in that way. It's an uphill battle because we have the true cult elitists out there, but whatever. Loved this. So much better seeing things being done in context. that's why I wanted to do the stream. You know, all these little EQ tips and tricks, and now the YouTube shorts like, oh, does your vocals suck? Put the compressor on it. In a vacuum, that makes sense. But I mean, what about if you have a vocal like this? You know, where it's not quite great and you need to work on it. You know what I mean? Cheers, Nick. Yeah, Nick, just get started. That's. I guess that's the best piece of advice. Just fucking start. You know what I mean? The longer you think about it, you know, you're just spinning your wheels. You know what I mean? So and manage your expectations. Guys like Joey Sturgis are the 0.0001% in the industry. He was just a guy that fucking fell into the right thing at the right time, and that's very rare. The rest of us, including lots of pros that you probably love listening mixes to, didn't even hit their stride until their late 30s and early 40s. A lot of them. So it takes a lot of time in the trenches before, you know, it'll happen. So at the end of the day, the sooner you start and you just stick to it, and I'm not there yet. I'm not speaking to you like I'm on the top of the mountain. I'm not. I'm squeaking by just like everybody else is. You know what I mean? But you can outlast the people that after 6 months who thought it was easy, they quit. Cool. Less people there. You keep going. You keep learning. You keep building a site. You keep doing stuff, and you keep putting yourself out there, and you stay consistent. That's pretty much what, you know. It's the unsexy answer. It doesn't sell plugins. It doesn't sell courses. You know, people want me to put out a new course. It's like, all right, you know, when I can. But I mean, the answer is like, what day is it today? It's Friday night. I'm doing this stream right now. But if I wasn't doing this stream right now, I would still be doing this. I would still be practicing mixing. I wouldn't be playing games. I wouldn't be fucking watching a movie. I'd be in Cubase practicing something. That's all I do. You know, so that's the difference. Daniel, yeah, we've been in Ukraine for over a year now. We're back here. Yeah, Dex, second yacht my ass. You won't ever catch me on the waves, man. That is not for me. Ace Man, yeah, man, dude. You know, here I go again. I have a course on my website called Mixing Metal in the Real World, which was one of those bands that I started when I first started learning how to mix. Just an atrocious project. You thought this was bad. You know, it's on the website. You can go get it. It's you know, it's there. You know what I mean? It's you want some serious practice, you're gonna have some serious practice. Um No, Nick, I know what you mean, but I just think like not towards you specifically, just in general, you know, like it's if you project the way that like how you can help somebody, it just seems to be received better, you know, as far at least in my experience. Reverbs, not I just vibe, I think is what I would say. I really haven't seen someone doing this before. I'm not that I say it's I invented the technique. I'm pretty sure I didn't. I know I didn't because I know there are books I've read of guys pumping music into a live room just to record it from a microphone and then mix it back into the console. So I'm not doing anything new. I'm just repurposing it, I guess, in the DAW here. Um, Sergio, so yeah, I would be happy to do more streams. The one caveat is I just don't want to work on my own music. That's why I decided to do this instead. This is not a song I've ever mixed before, and I had to solve problems on the fly with you guys, and we kind of worked together here. So mixing my own music, like, it's sort of like, I don't want to say unfair, but I mean, it's just, maybe we can set something up where I can mix some of your guys' songs, or we can do something like that. You know, my Discord it still exists, but it's still private. I got to talk to the Discord actually, because the Discord community is very, very important to me. We're very close, and we've discussed opening it. You know, with a monthly membership with YouTube. I just don't know. Okay, I haven't decided what to do with that yet. But the streams are fun. I enjoy doing them. Nick, there's fuck, I don't remember what the name of that. Build your first band website or something like this. Google that. It's a free course by I always forget his name. Brian Hood. Yeah, it's his thing. Everyone does that. Once you see the course, you're gonna be like, "Oh my god, I've seen this website 100 times." So, but just do it. You know what I mean? Just get started. It doesn't have to be perfect. Um, but just believe in yourself and just start. You know? Daniel, yeah, the thing with Nick was awesome. Was very fortunate to be able to talk to Nick. Was very lucky. Awesome, Danny boy. I appreciate it. I didn't. It's just basic EQ and compression. You know, it's kind of weird, isn't it? You know, like that. I think it's sexy right now to do this clickbait content where like, super parallel dirka dirka drums through dirka dur, and it's almost that was just made just for content, not for actual. You know, Cola does really good videos. Cola's videos are always based in reality. If you were gonna watch someone's videos. Absolutely. Yeah, so if you guys are watching the stream later, I guess you leave a comment down below if this is something you'd like to see more of. I I don't know how much I could commit to doing it like once a week. That would be a lot, but certainly more would be a lot more fun. Definitely. Danny Sapko dropped a new music frog video. Interesting. uh, yeah, man. I don't know. So we got some stuff coming up next week. I'm actually looking at Rhino again from Aurora DSP. That'll come out next week, and I'm actually going to be looking at the Marshall BDM from Volgren. Hopefully, I can do a video that for that next week. We got some hoops that we need to jump through next week here. Personal shit. I need to talk about that, but super thanks for hanging out, guys. I really appreciate it. I think we had like 100 people watching at one point, which is a record for me. I've never had that many people, so I'm greatly appreciative. It was a lot of fun, for real. So, just realized I could have switched my fucking camera to make it bigger instead of just in this little corner. I don't know. I think it's BSM, BDM, BDM. I think is what it called. I don't remember. Every 15 days, a month wouldn't be overwhelmed. Like every 2 weeks. Nick, why don't you email me? Email me and we can see. We can talk. Thank you, Stacy. Stacy's my #1 fan. He's fantastic. All right. Any last questions or anything? Anything that? Okay. How about this? I ask you guys. What were you the most surprised to see on the stream? Like, what was the thing that you thought was the most interesting? Live drums. Dex, you should email me too, or hit me up on Facebook. Maybe we can get one of your songs on there. Dex has a ridiculous drum recording. It would be ridiculous trying to make something from Dex. Absurd. Oh yeah, Black Salt, pretty good. They're worth it. Pantera style vocals, yeah, it's a little different. Yeah, well, I mean, you don't need any of the rumble. You know what I mean? I'm using the spot mic for literally just to get the spot of the hi hat, and then digging out the mid range gunk. No, the Black Salt Audio. That's what I said earlier. It's like if there's a plugin to get, if it saves you time and you do it all the time, it's definitely worth buying. So. Oh, Monkey, cheers, man. I hope the studio build is going well. Awesome. It has been awesome, guys. Thank you so much. I am beyond thrilled that you guys all showed up, and it's incredible to me. I actually don't know what to say. It's pretty impressive. So we'll be in touch. Got some videos coming up in the coming week, and lots of stuff to do. Awesome Answer was in here. I'm actually working on his album right now. Ukri from Abbott played on his album, so I've been able to mix drums played by Ukri. Really nice guy, really good drums. I got a whole bunch of shit I'm working on. Ridiculous. All right. So we'll talk to you guys soon. Got a video coming out next week. You can also just, if you don't want to work on guitar tones, or you want to build guitar tones, or you want to practice mixing their stuff on ChernobylAudio.com, check it out. All right. So we'll be in touch, guys. Thank you so much again for coming. I can't. I thought like 2 people would show up today, but it's awesome. So take it easy, guys. We will talk soon. Cheers.